Welcome back, young wizard. Tonight we walk together through the entire history of the Marauders, told slowly and calmly, so you may rest while listening. If you are ready to rest now, subscribe and comment what hours in your country. It is magical to see different people hearing this story at their own time. What began as 4 separate footsteps would soon learn the same rhythm, though none of the boys could hear it yet. Steam curled along the platform in soft sheets, turning bright coats into moving shadows, turning luggage trolleys into small boats that drifted through a white river. An owl shuffled in its cage and clicked a beak that looked older than the rails. A cat watched everything with the calm that cats bring to noisy places. The train breathed, a long, warm breath, the sound of a creature that carries people from one life to another and pretends it is only doing a job. James stood a little taller each time he glanced at the scarlet engine, as if the sight fed his height the way a fire feeds tea with a boil. His hair tried to escape order. It made choices of its own. It made him look like he had run already and liked the running. A trunk bumped his shin, and he grinned anyway. Beside him, a mother gave last advice in a voice that sounded like a scarf, warm and wrapped and impossible to forget later. He nodded at nearly every word and heard only half of them, which is the way of boys on the edge of school. Sirius walked through the mist as if he had been waiting for a door to open all summer. A door that led anywhere that was not the place he had been. His coat sat wrong on his shoulders, a fine cut that did not belong to the person wearing it. He touched the handle of his trunk and then let it go, as if the trunk would follow him no matter what he did, as if he and the trunk had an understanding. A smile started on his face, without asking permission. It flickered, it stayed. He saw the train, he saw the families, he saw the fear lean forward, and he leaned forward to meet it. Remus moved like a boy who knows how to take weight off a sore place without showing that he is doing it. He had a careful way with space, as if he did not want to wake anything that might be sleeping in the air. He listened more than he spoke on that platform, and the sounds rewarded him. The whistle that would not blow yet, the call for a lost hat, the patient creak of old timber under new boots. He let his mother adjust the collar of his worn jacket and did not flinch at the love in her hands. He had learned that love can be a bright lamp and a soft lamp, and the soft lamp is the one that helps most in crowded places. Peter kept to the edges where edges give shelter, where a boy can stand and watch and not be watched unless he chooses to be. He counted the gaps between carriages and decided which gap looked friendly. He counted the steps from a trolley to a guard with a shiny badge and decided which circle of safety felt right. His trunk looked heavier than the others, either from real weight or from the way he carried it. When he smiled, he did not show all his teeth, as if he were saving a little of himself for later, which is a wise thing to do on a first day. Parents made last checks with serious faces and bright eyes. Hat, yes. Books, yes. Wand, yes. Owl, yes. Sandwiches wrapped in paper that would keep some of the smell in and some of the smell out. The paper crackled like a tiny fire. The train sighed again, and small hearts answered. Not with fear, only with that lively thud that says time is moving. A whistle at the far end of the platform thought about being loud. It decided to wait. Waiting made the moment larger. The way a held breath makes a room feel taller. James met the eyes of the engine as if engines have eyes, and some of them do in a way, and in that look he saw a story that wanted a loud chapter. He lifted a hand to push his hair back. It fell forward again. A man with a trunk rolled past and spoke 3 languages at once: steam, metal, and hurry. Sirius caught the sound and served it back with a grin. He waved at a pair of small twins who wore matching coats and matching suspicions. They blinked and waved back. It is easy to wave to a boy who looks like he is already your friend. It is easy to believe a boy like that and not regret it for a long time. Remus stepped around a puddle that did not look like a puddle until it took the shape of a shoe, and he smiled at the trick the platform had played. He placed his trunk on a trolley and checked the straps twice, and then checked them a third time, without letting the third check look like a third check. His mother pointed to the clock, and he nodded. There is a rhythm to these mornings. The nod, the clock, the breath, the promise you make without saying it. I will try. I will write. I will come home whole. Peter tried the weight of his trunk with both hands, and then with one hand, and decided both hands were best. A porter offered an awkward half-help. He nodded thanks and did not give the trunk up. There is pride in carrying your own load, even when the load is only 3 shirts, 2 jumpers, a wand you are still a little afraid of, and a thought that keeps changing shape in your head. He stood near a pillar with an old poster that promised a fair and a band and a set of cakes, and he thought that the band would be too loud, and the cakes would be too sweet, and the fair would be perfect for people who knew how to walk into things without looking first. A gust pushed the steam higher. It showed a bright line of coaches and faces at windows. 2 girls pressed their noses to the glass and made ovals that fogged and cleared. They laughed at their own magic. A boy with long pale hair walked with a neat party that treated the train as if it belonged to them. He barely glanced at the people who watched him pass. Another boy with a prefect badge directed traffic with a hand that had learned the art of not touching anyone, which is power in a crowded place. Names floated, some common, some sharp, some that would matter when the year turned dark, but the platform did not know the year yet. It only knew the morning. James found a compartment, held the door with a show he did not plan. Sirius saw the open door and made a decision the way some people light matches. Quick, bright, obvious. Remus measured the gap and the faces and decided that quiet company is better than quiet alone. He stepped in with a polite nod that said thank you without using the word. Peter hesitated 2 heartbeats and then slipped through as steam pressed the corridor from behind. There was room for all of them, because rooms make room on days like this. Their trunks shuffled into the racks like animals finding stalls. Chocolate frogs appeared with the ease of a conjuring trick and were shared in the old law of first day. 1 for you, 1 for you, 1 for you, 1 for me, and then a laugh when the count came out uneven and someone offered a bit of their own without being asked. Windows slid down a handspan to let the platform breathe in, then slid back up to keep the train warm. Voices carried, parents calling last things that sounded like always things. Right when you arrive, find a friend at once. Do not forget your scarf. Remember you are loved. Hold fast. The engine took a stronger breath, and the carriages answered with a small shift. James felt the shift and felt taller again. Sirius felt the shift and felt lighter. Remus felt the shift and put a hand on the book in his pocket just to know where it was. Peter felt the shift and checked his sandwiches, because it is good to know where the bread is when the world begins to move. The whistle rose, not a scream, a statement, and the platform began the tender work of being left behind. The boys watched from their window as figures stepped back and waved until hands became small wings. A man ran for a door and did not need to run. He would have made it anyway, but it is good for the heart to run once on a day like this. A witch with a hat that could carry a cup of tea on the brim without spilling lifted the brim and smiled at no one in particular. The station roof shook off a small echo. The train chose forward and the rails said yes in a long line of metal words. Inside the compartment, the first words were simple. Names, short histories that were not yet histories, remarks about the frog cards, remarks about the smell of steam, remarks about the way the countryside makes you feel like you are both leaving and arriving at the same time. James asked what brooms the others liked, and then said he liked all of them. which was true and also a way of saying he liked speed without sounding like it would be a problem. Sirius asked who had cousins in odd places, and then said he did not mind where people came from as long as they came with a laugh now and then. Remus asked if anyone minded the window half open and smiled when no one did. Peter asked if anyone wanted a bite of sandwich and smiled when someone did. Fields unrolled like blankets that mothers fold with skill. Stone walls walked beside the train and then wandered off to look after sheep that looked after grass, that looked after clouds. Villagers gathered in small circles around steeples, and someone in the compartment said they would like to climb a steeple someday and ring a bell at an hour that is not allowed. That is a thought boys have. It is a kind thought. It only wants to be heard from far away. A river ran with the train for a while and then made a choice and went its own way. Choices are everywhere on first days, most of them small, and small is where big begins. James told a story about chasing a snitch that did not exist and made his hands do the work that the snitch would have done. Sirius told a story about getting lost in a house with too many doors and finding the door that led to music when everyone else wanted the door that led to silence. Rufinus told a story about a kindly librarian who looked like she could speak to maps and make them answer. His voice kept the room neat while he spoke. His voice folded the blankets. Peter told a story about a market where a stall sold sweets that were shaped like clocks and never ran out. He laughed at his own story, and that made it better. They did not say anything important, and they said everything that matters. They said, "We will pass the frogs around, and we will share the window, and we will pretend not to notice when anyone needs quiet, and we will not ask about the book in a pocket until the pocket wants to speak, and we will call out the names of hills as if the hills are our cousins." The train heard this contract and agreed. The train is old, it understands. It gathered speed, and the lines of the world turned soft and then turned clear again. A cloud made a brief hat for a church. A cow raised a head like a question, and then decided there was no question after all. Somewhere past the third town, a trolley offered tea and the kind of sweets the day requires. Coins changed hands, and rappers made the first friendly mess of the year. James tried to tame his hair with the reflection in the window and succeeded for 6 heartbeats, which is a record on a moving train. Sirius leaned back with the comfort of a boy who has decided that this compartment is the right place to begin being himself. Remus let the rhythm of wheels find his breath and matched it. 2 counts in, 2 counts out. The old trick that makes nerves behave. Peter tucked his sandwiches back in their paper home and felt better for knowing they were still his. Small silences came and went, and were not awkward. The kind of silence that lets you hear the click of rail joints, the kind that lets you hear the lightest page turn from the book of someone who does not brag about books. Outside, a flock of birds turned as if a single hand had tilted them. They flashed white and gray and white again. Inside, 4 boys tilted a little closer to each other without knowing it. A slow drift, a quiet tide. No oaths were made, no plans were written, yet a plan was being written under everything, a plan made of jokes and kindness and a wish to see what is behind the next door. The sky darkened a shade and then thought better of it. Hill, with a crown of trees, guarded a village that had guarded the hill for 100 years. The train pulled the day forward without hurrying. Soon the lights of school would float through the dusk like small promises. Soon the hat would sort, and houses would gain 4 names, and corridors would learn 4 steps, and teachers would learn 4 faces that could not be kept grave for long. For now, steam drew white lines along the windows. The boys drew breath. and the engine spoke the word that sends stories on their way. Night gathered around the castle like a cloak laid over wide shoulders. Lanterns floated along stone walls and turned the new arrivals into a procession of small islands of light. The lake held the sky without a ripple and made the stars seem nearer than breath. Inside, a hall opened that felt older than maps and warmer than any first day has a right to feel. Candles hung in their slow drift. Plates waited with the patience of good metal. Banners breathed in a draft that smelled of wood smoke and polish. The hat that chooses sat on its stool like an old cat that has watched generations learn to be themselves. It seemed to listen before anyone spoke. Names moved forward and became parts of houses that stood like cardinal points, north, south, east, west, each house with its own story. Each story ready to add 4 more lines. James stepped up with a grin that could not be argued with. The hat barely settled before it chose a table that lifted its mood when he sat down. Sirius followed with a look that hid relief under brightness. The choice met him halfway like a door that knows its own hinge. Remus went next and stood quietly as if he were standing inside a thought. The answer came warm and sure. Peter took an extra breath without meaning to and then heard the name that would be his compass. 4 boys sat at one table and did not yet know what that would mean. The table seemed to know. It made room. Teachers watched with faces that kept the secret of long practice. Silhouettes at the high table, lines of patience, lines of humor, lines that said rules can be gates, and sometimes gates can be opened if a reason is good and the hands are respectful. A tall figure in stern robes made a note that was not unkind. Another traced the rim of a goblet and saw more than most. A caretaker moved along a far wall with a lamp that made the floor look like mellow honey. Owls far above shifted once and then went still. The hall accepted the new names and grew larger to hold them. Food came the way good food comes, plenty without fuss. Steam that smelled like pepper and butter, simple bread that asked only to be torn. Laughter began in pockets and then spread like safe fire. James took the first bite and sighed in a way that made 3 others smile. Sirius discovered the exact weight of a roasted potato that can be thrown into the mouth and caught without getting burned. He did not try it. He only made a note for later. Later will have its chance. Remus ate like a person who has learned to thank a room by enjoying what it offers. Peter took smaller bites at first, and then forgot to be cautious, and his plate became a clear map of comfort. Promises were made that did not sound like promises. James said, "If you are ever late, I will keep a seat at this table and I will wave until you see me." Sirius said, "If a rule feels like a wall, I will look for the honest gate and I will share it." Remus said, "If a night is long, I will walk it with you and we can measure it together." Peter said, "If you need a hand, I will bring both." They did not shake on it. The hall shook on it for them. A small tremor in the air that felt like yes. A prefect gave directions that sounded like a song someone hums while folding laundry. Stairs that move, portraits that like stories, passwords that taste of old wood and winter fruit. The words fell into pockets and will be found again when pockets are turned out in later years. A ghost bowed, as if greeting old friends in new shapes. A cluster of first years whispered about the ceiling and then grew quiet when they realized they were part of what the ceiling was reflecting. At the table there was room for other names too. Lily spoke with a clear kindness that made the air feel level. She asked questions that were simple and exact. She knew how to look at a person without pinning them. Snape watched from a distance with an unreadable face. He counted patterns the way some count coins. He tucked the patterns away. The hall did not tip toward or away from anyone. It held them all in the same light. Dessert arrived with the calm of a completed task. Bowls changed hands in clean trades. Fawkes paused over a pie that made a thin, crisp sound when the first slice came free. James told a small story that made no one a butt of it. Sirius laughed in a key that made people turn and then smile. Remus offered the last piece to the person who had said nothing for most of the meal. Peter wiped a small spill as if wiping a spill were a kind of magic that keeps days neat. The candles lowered a fraction, and a bell somewhere far inside the castle rang a round, gentle note. When the benches scraped back, the sound did not jar. Lines formed and broke and formed again as houses flowed toward staircases. Stone remembered 1,000 such nights and added one more to its book. The four walked together without meaning to. A portrait gave a password and a wink. A room opened that felt like a hearth from a story. Fire set, chairs waiting, the day knowing how to end itself. Trunks would be found later. Pillows would learn new heads. Someone would snore in a way that would become beloved the day after it became a joke. Before sleep, the boys traded last small thoughts. James admitted he was not sure he would sleep at all. Sirius said he would sleep because he trusted maps even when he did not have one yet. Remus set his book on the table and said nothing about it, and that said enough. Peter asked if anyone needed water, and 3 voices said they were fine, and he brought a jug anyway and set it where a hand could find it in the dark. They were not a we yet. They were 4 points on a compass that had learned each other's names. The castle breathed as they climbed the last stair. Frames muttered old news in soft voices. A rug gave underfoot with a sigh that sounded approving. The moon rode behind cloud and window and watched the new lines of the year sketch themselves in beds and blankets. Somewhere a clock explained the hour to itself and was satisfied. On nights like this, the world feels arranged. On nights like this, promises can be kept because they are simple. The dawn held the heat of many nights before this one. 4 beds, 4 trunks, 4 curtains that knew how to make a small room out of a larger one. A fire worked at a low pace, the kind that makes wood sound content rather than busy. Outside the window, the night pressed its cheek to the glass and watched, not with interest, only with patience. Inside, the boys moved the way people move in a place that is new and kind at the same time, slow, careful, ready to laugh if a floorboard spoke too loudly. James learned the measure of the room first by throwing a bald sock from his bed to his trunk and missing, then by throwing again and landing it with a quiet pride that did not need words. Sirius spun once in place to feel where the corners were and stopped facing the window as if he had planned it. Remus set his book on the small table near the lamp and adjusted the wick until the page held light without glare. Peter tested the ladder to the top bunk and decided the lower bunk was a better match for a night when thoughts already felt high. They spoke in pieces that fit together without pushing. Hair will not stay flat. The pillow smells like new soap. My mother always folds a jumper in this way. Someone in the hall walks like they have always lived here. A distant door likes to close twice. These are not jokes yet. They are the ground on which jokes will grow. The fire agreed and gave a soft crack that sounded like yes. Shadows from the grate stitched along the floor and up the bedposts. James let his hand cast a small shape on the ceiling and called it a snitch for the length of one breath. Then he set the hand down because the day had been full. Sirius untied and retied a bootlace until it felt like the lace belonged to him rather than to the boot. Remus opened his book and did not read at once. He ran a finger along the place where 2 chapters meet, a habit that makes the mind ready. Peter slid a small packet into the drawer by his bed. sandwiches wrapped with care, comfort he could find without asking. They began to trade a language made from little things. James said he would wake to the first bell no matter how late he fell asleep, and his grin said he would test that claim each week and learn the truth by honest failure. Sirius said he could sleep anywhere if there was a window and a bit of wind to prove the world still moved. Remus said he liked the lamp turned low but not out, and the room gave a quiet murmur that sounded like agreement. Peter said the water jug should always be where a hand could find it in the dark, and he stood and set it there and sat without fuss. Laughter found them in quick runs that did not need punchlines. A sock that refused the drawer. A spring in the mattress that chose to speak only when someone turned exactly so. A portrait in the corridor that claimed to be sleeping and failed at its own performance. They did not laugh at each other. They laughed near each other. Near is the safer word for a first week. Near lets trust walk at its own pace. By the second evening, they had a rhythm for getting ready without stepping on the same square at the wrong time. Boots by the hearth to dry. Books stacked by height on the table. Wands set where they would be safe and reachable. James learned to move his trunk 2 inches back, so the lid would not catch Sirius at the shin. Sirius learned to pull his curtain half across when he needed quiet, instead of pulling it tight, an invitation that was not a command. Remus learned the exact moment when to close the book so the talk could begin. Peter learned that offering the first sweet makes the second sweet taste better to everyone. In classes they sat where the room put them. After, they collected each other like coins that fall into the same pocket. Along the stairs they told the kind of stories that fit between flights. James admired a charm that clipped a feather to a desk as if the feather had always grown there. Sirius admired the way the castle turns a corner into a surprise without being cruel about it. Remus admired a teacher who could keep a room quiet with a voice that was not sharp. Peter admired the way the older students walked in pairs that moved like one person with 4 feet, and he tried the pace until his shoes found it. By the lake they learned to let silence do half the work. Water made its even music. A breeze convinced the reeds to say something and then let them stop. James skimmed a stone and made the number of skips a private victory rather than a contest. Sirius lay back on the grass and balanced a twig on his nose and did not mind when the twig fell. Remus watched a cloud slide behind the tower and return as a softer shape. Peter found a flat patch that warmed the back and allowed the eyes to close without fear that the world would leave while they were not looking. They began to notice who they were in the same room. James was a spark that did not burn if you stepped near it with care. Sirius was a door that looked locked and swung inward if you leaned as if it would. Remus was a lamp that the eye rests on when everything else seems too bright. Peter was a shelf that holds more weight than it promises at first glance. These are good tools for a small group to carry. The school had given them more, but these were the ones they could name. At night, they made the oldest map, the map of breath. James fell asleep fast and woke for a moment as if he had heard a call, then slept again deeper. Sirius turned twice and then found stillness as if stillness had been waiting for him. Remus lay on his side and matched the fire. 2 counts in, 2 counts out. Peter drifted and returned and drifted for good when someone in the corridor laughed, and the laugh sounded like proof that the building would hold. They did not yet seek secret doors. They did not yet test rules with anything louder than a smile. They learned hallways by walking them in daylight. They learned the portraits that forgive slow steps and the ones that prefer a brisk pace. They learned which stairs like to carry you and which ones like to watch you do the work yourself. The castle likes people who watch and listen before they ask. The castle had time, and it decided to spend some of it on these 4. Small kindnesses began to repeat until they became customs. James always took the end seat, where he could rise quickly to make room for anyone who needed it. Sirius always noticed the person left out of a circle and widened the circle with a sentence that felt like a joke and worked like a key. Remus always brought an extra quill and set it on the table as if it had always been there. Peter always knew where the nearest jug was and whether the cup beside it was clean. Customs are a sturdier language than oaths. A rainy afternoon taught them how to keep a room warm without a bigger fire. They kept talk close to the chest. They spoke in lines rather than paragraphs. The lamp turned the pages the color of tea. The window turned the sky the color of wool. James drew small plays in the margin of a parchment and laughed at them by himself and then let someone else see. Sirius practiced a knot with a piece of string until the knot learned his name. Remus solved a line that had been almost for 2 days and did not say aha, he only smiled. Peter sorted a pile of notes into a better order and said nothing about it. Later they found what they needed and thought the castle had been generous. It was Pete. They made rules that sounded like observations. If the stairs are busy, wait. If the corridor smells of Polish, someone has had a hard morning. Tread light. If a classmate goes quiet, let the quiet lead and do not add weight to it. If a teacher looks tired, answer the first question cleanly so the lesson can find its feet. These rules cost nothing and pay out all day. Even mischief, when it comes, like stand on such ground. Before sleep on the 6th night, the dorm felt smaller in the right way. Curtains were less like walls and more like hands cupped around a candle. The fire was lower and kind. James turned on his pillow and said that the tower feels like a ship that never leaves harbor, but always seems to be arriving. Sirius said that the wind knows the names of the rooms. Remus said that names will come to us if we do not chase them. Peter said the water jug will be here in the dark if anyone needs it. No one did, not that night. They slept as if the building had decided to keep watch and meant it. The castle after lights out is a kind of dark, not empty, only resting. The torches along main halls lower themselves to a glow that looks like the last inch of a candle. The portraits sleep the way old houses sleep. With one ear, a clock somewhere deep speaks the hour in a tone that asks for quiet and gives it at the same time. Stone holds the day's heat a little while longer and then lets it go, the way a hand lets go of another hand when it knows the other will not fall. Curiosity is a bell in some minds. It rings without noise and asks for feet to move. James and Sirius stood by the common room fire and watched the flames write their small letters, then glanced toward the portrait hole. Remus closed his book with 2 fingers and did not say a word. Peter felt for the water jug, set it where it could be found later, and nodded as if to a plan that had been waiting all day in plain sight. 4 shadows gathered into one longer shadow and stepped into the corridor. The first rule of a sleeping castle is to be lighter than your own shoes. They tested the rule without speaking. James learned which flagstones speak when you ask them the wrong way. He learned to ask them the right way. Sirius learned how to turn the body sideways at a corner so the cloak does not whisper. Remus counted breaths to match the slow pulse of the torches. When he moved between pools of light, he moved on the count. Peter discovered that hands know walls better than eyes do in the soft dark. He let fingers read where feet should go. Staircases carried their own weather. Some turned slowly, as if thinking their thoughts. Some turned quickly, as if a story had reached a good part. A few preferred to stay put if you approached them with patience. The boys learned to greet a stair with a pause, not a command. Steps that had carried shouting feet in daylight seemed to like the respect. One stair asked a boot to slide just so, and in return it made no sound at all. Another creaked to warn of a loose edge, and the warning was taken and filed under true friend. The castle enjoys small tests. A suit of armor lifted its visor a finger's width and then thought better of it. A door that led to a broom cupboard tried to pretend it had always been a wall, then blushed with the quick scrape of a latch. A window showed a smear of moon and cloud and gave the lake back like glass that dreams. James touched the iron ring on a door and measured the chill in his palm. The chill carried a map of the night that was not on any parchment. Sirius smiled without teeth. He could feel the building smiling back in its own way. At the first whisper of a footfall that was not theirs, the four slipped into a spill of moonlight beside a tall case. The caretaker passed with a lamp held low. His steps were the steps of a man who knows the floor as a friend. Slow, exact, forgiving of nothing, a cat drifted ahead of him and looked back, only to say that the night belonged to it by ancient agreement. Dust motes turned in the lamp like a small galaxy, then settled. The boys breathed half-breaths and did not blink until the lamplight went thin at the corridor bend. After the near miss, they did not laugh. Not yet. Laughter on the breath of relief carries too far. They walked on, and the castle gave them a gift for their discipline. A corridor opened on an interior balcony where the hall fell away into soft space. From there they could see candles floating at rest, like stars that had forgotten to be urgent. They stood side by side and let quiet pour over them until quiet became a thing they could wear. James mouthed a thank you to the air and did not feel foolish. The building has a way of accepting thanks from boys who mean it. They did not pull at locked handles. They did not push at doors that had decided to be tomorrow's doors. They learned the art of walking past and returning later with better ears and better light. They learned which suits of armor prefer not to be saluted. They learned which portraits are light sleepers. They learned that some tapestries hide nothing and some hide only a draught. The kind of draught that will teach you where winter stands at the wall and waits for its turn. In a long gallery of glass bottles and old instruments that no one had wound in 100 nights, the moon laid a narrow road on the floor. They followed it because it was there. Their reflections walked beside them, thinner, taller, a little strange. Boys with faces that had not learned yet how to keep expressions for more than a moment. Sirius held up a hand to his reflection and did not match it. The reflection smiled first. He smiled back and did not tell anyone. Some things are better as a private joke between a person and the building that shelters them. When a door at the end of the gallery sighed, they paused. The sigh said wind. The boys listened until they could hear the pattern of it. Long, short, long, then a rest. Remus set his palm to the wood and felt the rhythm agree with his own count. Not a person, only the castle settling. Peter tilted his head in the way of a bird and decided the hinge needed oil soon. He made a note without paper. Notes kept in the head by useful boys are as good as charms when the right morning comes. A set of back stairs taught them the difference between brave and noisy. Brave is the foot that tests weight before it commits. Noisy is the foot that insists. James chose brave and the stair accepted him. Sirius followed with the energy of someone who has decided to trust and was rewarded. Remus placed his weight where the stone asks, a fair trade between careful and sure. Peter took the last step lightly and closed his lips on a laugh when the stair tried to answer and failed. They reached a landing that looked out on the courtyard, where mist gathered in the bowls of the paving and held the starlight like soup. There is always a point where exploration becomes a circle, and the path home is the next correct thing. They found that point when the clock, wherever it was, told a new hour in a more serious tone. The night had been generous. It had shown them routes that would one day matter in ways they could not name. It had shown them how to be guests, as well as residents. It had shown them that mischief is not a shove, it is a way of noticing, and that noticing can be a kindness when it is paired with restraint. On the return, they met the caretaker's cat alone. It stopped in the middle of the hall, sat, blinked, and let them pass as if they had answered the night's questions to a decent standard. James dipped his head. Sirius whispered a greeting that only cats understand. Remus raised a hand in a small apology for the hour. Peter kept his eyes on the floor so as not to invite a conversation he could not finish. The cat yawned, which is the highest grade the castle gives. The portrait swung aside on the first try, because someone had remembered the password without making a song of it. The common room had banked itself to embers and old color. Chairs faced one another like people who had talked all evening and had nothing left to prove. They crossed the rug like sailors who know that a quiet harbor still has tides. In the dawn, the curtains waited with the same patience as before. Boots learned to be quiet simply by being set down with respect. No one told the night as a story. Stories are for tomorrow, when the light returns and the day needs a reason to be brave. They traded only the small pieces that belong right before sleep, that stair that only creaks if you rush, that draft that means a window higher up when thinking, that shadow in the gallery that was a broom and not a person. They slept with the knowledge that the castle had let them see a little more of its mind, and that they had not asked for too much. They had not found a secret doorway that led to wonder. They had found how to move together without tugging. They had found that rules can be a fence that keeps you from the cliff rather than a wall that keeps you from the view. They had found that the night approves of careful feet. Mischief would need a shape, yes, but the first shape was courtesy. The castle agreed, and the fire burned down to a round red heart. Morning made the lake a mirror and the sky a pale bowl. The first week's ease had settled into a light routine. Classes laid out their tools. Quills found their grip. Voices learned the difference between asking and answering. In that new rhythm, another sound appeared, the faint scrape of pride against pride. Not loud, not yet, enough to make the air take notice. In potions, the room wore its cool like armor. Glass shone. Copper breathed a slow warmth. Instructions were short and exact. Do this, and then this, and not that. James and Sirius worked shoulder to shoulder with the speed of boys who enjoy being watched. Across the aisle, Severus measured each cut as if a blade could make a philosophy. He did not look up often. When he did, it was to file a detail that might matter later. Remus kept the steady mid-pace that bruised trust. Peter read the labels twice before choosing a sprig or a spoon. A small error put two tables in conversation. Steam rose from James's cauldron with a color the chart did not bless. Sirius reached for a pinch of correction. Severus spoke without turning fully. Not that. The tone was flat, not helpful, not cruel, only certain. James stiffened at the shape of it. He made a different choice, and the steam folded into the proper shade. Points of light in the professor's eye marked both the mistake and the recovery. No praise, no sting, only the ledger brought up to date. Lily worked 2 benches away. Her potion held a calm surface that came from doing simple things well for many breaths in a row. She offered a spare sprig to the table behind her without breaking her rhythm. Peter accepted with a nod that promised he would carry the kindness forward. At the end of the lesson, the professor spoke 3 sentences that drew a line for everyone. Clean work stands. Neat records defend you when memory fails. Improvements belong to the quiet hour when no one is counting. The class left understanding that the room saves its smiles for results. In Transfiguration, a lesson about names and shapes asked each student to trust their focus. Wood to thread, and thread to wood, and back again. Sirius loved the way change moved when called lightly. James loved the way success made the class breathe as one. Severus mastered the movement and kept his face still. Lily caught a snag, corrected with patience, and set the example of not chasing a result. Remus watched a friend's thread snap and mended it with a soft word that steadied hands. Peter made inches of progress and measured them with pride. He did not speak aloud. The first friction came in the space between classes. A remark crossed the corridor like a thrown pebble. Sirius turned with a flash that was more habit than plan. James stood half a step ahead without thinking about it. Severus did not move forward or back. He lifted a brow as if observing an experiment in heat. Lily stepped between the weather systems and cooled the room with a sentence that named no one and called everyone to the next hour's duty. The pebble dropped. The corridor learned the weight of their glances and filed it under act. By the lake, the talk sorted itself. James threw a stone and watched the ripples fail to meet the shore. Sirius spun a twig between fingers until it felt like a wand for calling wind. Remus spoke of the merit of learning a rival's best day to respect it, and their worst day to prevent it from falling on someone else. Peter looked from face to face and listened for what lay under the words. None of them wanted all of them knew they were walking into a map that had old paths and old arguments already marked. Teachers taught with their own kinds of lines. One drew a boundary with a raised palm and an open question that asked for the better answer. One drew a boundary with a chalk mark and the promise of a detention that would not be cruel and would not be forgotten. One drew a boundary by praising the student who had helped another without being asked. The boys collected these lines and compared them at dusk. Which kind makes you stand taller? Which kind makes you only smaller? The castle seemed to approve of questions that did not demand fast replies. Small reflections showed in small acts. James held doors for anyone behind him, because doors test a person's mood, and he liked to pass. Sirius noticed when someone's hands shook and asked them to tell a joke rather than what was wrong, then laughed in the right key, so the second joke could be better. Remus matched his pace to whoever walked with him, and learned more by that slowing than by any spell. Peter found lost things twice in 2 days and returned them in a way that made the owners feel clever for having been the sort who could lose something important and still find it again. Snape's circle and theirs crossed at the library and unspooled at the stairs. Books made safer neighbors than crowds, and they shared them without comment. On the stairs, pride went to work again. A shoulder out of line, a foot placed to test. Lily's glance landed like a level tool on fresh stone. It reminded everyone that the castle is wide enough for rivals who remember the rules of buildings. This rival is mind, not street. This argument is to sharpen craft, not to draw blood. The look held, then moved on, a gentle law in motion. No one was humiliated. No lines were crossed that cannot be uncrossed. The first week wrote only the opening chapter of a rivalry that would take years to mean what it would mean. The boys learned that their strengths echo each other. James pushes and makes space. Sirius sparks and makes light. Remus steadies and makes sense. Peter watches and makes room. Across the way, another set of strengths gathered and measured them. The lake kept the reflections and did not judge. Night found them back under the same roof, with the same fire, doing the same patient work. James sketched a plan for being decent without being dull. Sirius promised to keep his grin out of trouble and knew he was lying, and also knew he would try. Remus laid a hand on the book he was not reading and said that kindness is still a form of cunning. Peter set the water jug where a hand could find it, in the dark. Outside, the moon weighed every face the same. Inside, the lines that had been drawn stayed thin and clear. Afternoons gathered at the lake, the way coins gather in a bowl, each with its own small shine. The water kept an even breath against the shore. Willows wrote long green lines across the surface and lifted them back again when the breeze turned the page. The castle watched from its hill with the tolerant look of an elder who approves of study that includes sun and grass. Books opened in a scatter that did not look like order until you listened. Quills ticked. Pages turned with the sound of a soft flag. James lay on his stomach and underlined a single sentence 3 times, not because the sentence needed it, but because his thoughts steadied when his hand had a job. Sirius leaned on an elbow and read aloud only the interesting words from a paragraph, leaving the dull ones to stand like fence posts that still did their work. Remus sat cross-legged with his back against a warm stone and touched the spine of each chapter before he began, a greeting that made the text more willing to help. Peter made neat columns of terms and drew a small dot beside any word that might grow into trouble later. Lessons arrived the way birds do, in short flights and honest landings. A charm to mend frayed cloth, a transfiguration step that behaves if approached from the quieter angle, a potion note that says a boil can be persuaded to wait if you stir impatient circles. They taught one another without keeping score. James turned theory into a simple picture drawn with his wand on the air. The line faded just as the idea settled. Sirius found the example that made a rule feel like a discovery. Remus offered the shorter path through a page, not to show cleverness, only to give time back. Peter asked the question that made the other 3 see what they had assumed. Other students drifted in and sat near. Lily read with her knees pulled close and a pencil that never smudged. She corrected no one's posture and somehow improved everyone's. A pair of Ravenclaws tried a complicated timing exercise and failed without drama, then tried again with a smaller goal and smiled at the clean result. A Hufflepuff napped with a hat over their eyes and dreamed, as all good students do, of remembering the right page at the right time. On some days, Remus was there early and left first. On other days, he did not come at all. The empty square on the grass did not become a question asked out loud. James traced it once with the toe of his shoe and then set a book there, as if saving the spot for a late friend. Sirius kept jokes shorter on those afternoons and threw stones only after checking the water's mood. Peter carried an extra apple he did not mention and took it back whole when no hand reached. When Remus returned, no one asked where, only how, and the answer was always enough. Better now, the square on the grass closed as if it had never been open. They learned that success has a sound and that the lake knows it. When a charm takes, there is a click no one can place. When timing is true, ripples meet and fold without a splash. When understanding lands, even the breeze pauses to hear the thought settle. They began to chase those sounds with the steady patience that school rewards. Not louder, cleaner, not faster, true. Food from the hall found its way to their blanket in the lawful trade of young people. Bread tore in agreeable shapes. Apples shone like small borrowed suns. Tea, smuggled with the efficiency of love, tasted better as steam left it and left discipline behind. Peter could always be counted on to produce a clean cup from somewhere. James could always be counted on to divide the Lay's piece into 4 without measuring and yet have it come out even. Sirius could always be counted on to promise to wash the cups later and then actually do it. Remus could always be counted on and say thank you in a tone that made the thing given feel like exactly the right choice. Practice stretched into games that looked like rest. They tried to name clouds and then tried to name the one that would last the longest. A lesson about attention hidden in a child's rule. They quizzed each other on wand motions by tracing them with willow twigs and letting the twigs show who had hurried. They made a map of the shoreline by memory and then checked it, learning that the mind corrects itself kindly if you let it. Small victories went into pockets without bragging. From across the water, the school's bell reached them as a silver coin tossed high and caught again. They packed as they studied, neat stacks, straps buckled, crumbs brushed away so the blanket could be a good blanket for the next group. The lake kept their secrets, which were not large, only the dignities that young people require. I struggled with this page. I am brave about that step only when someone sees me. I can do this alone, but I would rather not. On the path back, sunlight turned to the color that makes stone look like bread. Conversations made easy braids. What the homework actually asks, whether a teacher is better before tea or after, which staircase keeps its sense when you carry more than you can hold. James walked a little ahead, when the hill steepened and came back down half a step when he remembered not everyone liked hills. Sirius balanced on the low wall and put a hand out once, twice, but only when a friend wanted the steadiness. Remus set the pace that used the day instead of spending it. Peter counted the books and never had to say the counting out loud. That evening, when ink smelled louder than the fire and windows caught the first stars, their work showed the day's shape. Margins with tidy notes, smudges earned in honest tries, dog ears only where a paragraph had saved someone time. No one had chased brilliance. They had built competence and placed it like a warm stone in a pocket for later. The castle approves of such stones. It makes the corridors seem shorter when your hands know they carry them. Some nights have a seam you can feel with your fingers. It lies between last lamp and first sleep, where talk thins and the fire keeps its small orange eye open. On one such night, the seam tugged and a thread slipped. Remus's book lay on the small table with a ribbon marking the place he would have read next. His slippers waited under the bed with the patience of useful things. His pillow held the shallow dip ahead leaves when it rises quietly and does not wish to wake anyone. The room noticed. James sat up to drink and noticed too. He was the kind who learns rooms as if they are positions on a pitch. You feel when a player is not where they should be. He did not speak. The night did not want words. Sirius lay on his back, toss slow, turn slower, until stillness felt like a way of listening. He stared at the dark line of the curtain and knew that line would be kinder if it opened on a friend's breath. Peter reached for the water jug and set it down again without pouring, because some sounds should not be the first ones after a silence like this. Morning made the absence tidy, as morning does. The bed was straightened. The ribbon still marked its page. The day presented itself as usual. Lessons to be lifted carefully, meals to be carried to the mouth with the same good manners as yesterday. No announcement came. No one pinned a note to a board. The castle knows how to absorb a gap so a life can be tended without becoming a crowd subject. They checked without hunting. In the corridor, James asked after a book he did not need, and heard that the librarian had sent a small parcel earlier to the wing, where the air smells of mint and linen. Sirius brought the librarian a stack of returns and saw the clerk set aside a tiny jar with a look that said useful soon. Peter volunteered to take notes in a lesson and took them better than usual because someone might like to see the page later and feel the day from it. Remus's chair by the fire was left as it was, not out of superstition, out of respect. Chairs, remember, they are good at keeping a place warm. Afternoons grew softer around the gap. Lily asked no questions and left 3 words with the boys as she passed. Tell him hello. The words stored easily. They were light and did not brew. A prefect carried a basket toward the corridor with the calm of a person who has learned to help without making a parade. The caretaker's cat sat at the turn by the infirmary and pretended not to guard it. The castle's draft that usually teased the portrait stayed away from that hall for a day, and then another. At dusk, when the lake takes the sky like a folded shawl, the 3 walked slower. They did not reassign the jokes, they let them wait. Sirius tossed stones only when the water asked, and not before. James drew patterns in the damp sand with a stick, circles that touched once and then drifted apart, then found each other again, later in the drawing as if by accident. Peter set a small apple at the edge of their blanket, then moved it into the center, as if making room for a hand that might reach. The school offered its usual lessons and added 1 new one in a pocket of quiet. Care can be done without explanation. A door can be kept from squeaking because someone might pass it with a tender step. A book can be left open to the exact page where a friend will want to begin again. A lamp can be trimmed so the light lands where tired eyes will not have to work hard to find it. None of this breaks a rule. All of it holds a person. Late that night, the infirmary window showed a square of softer light than the rest of the castle. From a distance you could not see who was inside, only that the light knew the difference between harsh and kind. The house ghost drifted past and slowed, as if even memory chooses quieter shoes at those doors. A healer's shadow crossed and recrossed, not in worry, in craft. There is a rhythm to tending that is easy to hear when the world goes hush. When Remus returned, he did it the way careful boys do, with thanks in the shoulders before thanks in the voice. The ribbon in the book moved forward by 2 small chapters. The slippers were used. The bed learned his weight again. He sat by the fire at an hour when rooms are honest and said the words that fit. Better now. No one asked for a ledger of details. James grinned the grin that says the team sheet looks right again. Sirius's laugh came out shorter and warmer, like a hand squeeze. Peter passed the clean cup. Lily, passing through with parchment under her arm, left 3 more words on the back of a chair. Glad you're back. They learned the root of these nights. Over the term, a space opens. The world keeps its shoulders level. The space closes. Sometimes there were faint marks after, the sort no one mentions unless the person with the marks brings them up first. On those days they walked the slower stairs. They chose the window with the kinder light for reading. They took the longer path to class, because the longer path can be kinder on a morning after a narrow passage. The castle helped in the ways buildings can. A tapestry near the tower kept its edge tucked so cloaks would not snag when someone walked with less attention than usual. The good armchair by the hearth learned to warm faster when certain feet approached. The clock in the corner favored round notes over sharp ones for a week. Even the portraits behaved, offering nods instead of opinions. A friendship can turn nosiness into practice. The boys studied without prying. They kept a small store of useful things where the world could not take them. An extra quill with a smooth nib, a square of chocolate that travels well, a fresh page copied from a lesson with the margin notes already in place. They learned to catch a change in breath and answer it with nothing more complicated than being there. There is a spell to this, but it has no words and no wand. When nights like that came again, and they did, with their scene to be felt and their page left open, the 3 no longer flinched at the empty shape. They made the room hold its shape until their friend could return and fit back into it without effort. The water jug stood where it should. The chair faced the fire at the angle that makes the lap a good place for a book. The book took up the old conversation as if time were generous after all. They did not name any of it. They did not need to. The lesson had been learned. Some secrets are not puzzles. They are burdens. A friend does not solve a burden. A friend carries weight on the other end of it, so the walk evens out. They would one day turn this lesson into craft. For now, the practice was enough. Hold the place. Keep the light kind. Let the distance be walked without a crowd at the door. Welcome softly when the steps return. The promise was not made with hands on hearts or wands in the air. It was made in the small space between the last log settling in the grate and the first star noticing the window. Remus's absences had drawn a shape. The shape had taught them what kind of friends they were going to be. James looked at the fire as if it were a blackboard. Sirius looked at the shadows as if they were a corridor. Peter looked at the jug he always set out and saw that setting it out was already an answer. Remus said nothing grand. He said, "Thank you," and the way he said it put the room in order. They began with what can be done without breaking anything. Calendars on scraps that looked like doodles. A mental map of which doors closed too loudly. The routes that keep you out of the drafts that make tired bones argue. The prefect who does not ask bad questions. The professor who can be trusted to say, "Go on then," when a hallway is needed and the hour is not for crowds. No one called this a plan. They called it being tidy. In the library, care dressed itself up as study. Books on rest charms that are not strong enough to trip alarms. Notes on herbs that take the ache out of joints without waking the whole mouth with bitterness. Essays written with extra care, not to impress, but so they could be read aloud if a friend had missed a day and needed to catch up without feeling behind. Lily noticed pages copied in a neat second hand and said no more than, "Good." The compliment was filed as supply and encouragement, both. They practiced a discipline that felt like learning to stand in a boat. No swaying toward drama. No reaching for bright solutions that would fail later in the real weather. When Remus left, James slowed the jokes but did not smother the room. Sirius measured his brightness and used it like a lantern, low and steady, never flashed. Peter took lists off the table and onto himself, so the others could look up and not think of lists at all. On return nights, they let the schedule take the weight instead of questions taking it. Craft replaced curiosity. Which stair is kinder after a long day? Which chair warms fastest? Which kettle can be trusted not to rattle the way the corridor sometimes does? Which pages are best for making up lost ground without punishing the eyes? They wrote none of this down where a stranger could find it. They wrote it into habit. Habit is a notebook the world cannot steal unless it steals you. The promise sharpened at the edge of sleep. If you wake, I'll hear. If you need the corridor, I'll hold the door and pretend to read. If you want the lamp up or down, say. If you don't want to say, I'll watch the way you breathe. These were not lines they rehearsed. They were the sort of lines that become true by being said once and then being kept. They learned to ask for help without turning a private matter into a parade. A whispered word to a matron at the right hour. A note left where the right eyes would find it, and no others. A request for extra blankets phrased as for studying late, and the blankets arrived and were used for what they were used for, and no one lost face. Adults with good sense sometimes like to be given good sense to answer. The boys provided it and were answered well. On the nights between, the three remaining took care of the quiet in a way that meant it would be there to come back to. The chessboard set to an unfinished game that would wait. The best mug kept clean. The book left open on the page where the paragraph turns and invites you gently, a joke saved for later by laying only its first half on the table and pushing the second half down the week like a small boat. Outdoors, they adjusted routes without making a map of it. The hill that costs the least strength, the bench that takes sun, at the hour when warmth helps more than talk, the path that allows a person to walk ahead for a stretch and then rejoin without being announced. When you carry a friend's pace, you learn to hear the minute when it changes. James heard it in the shoulders, Sirius heard it in the hands. Peter heard it in the way the answer to a simple question arrived 1 beat slower. They agreed on one rule for themselves that sounded like a house rule: never use a kindness as leverage later. If you stood watch, you did not ask for a favor because of it. If you copied a page, you did not trade it for a laugh. If you ewed your weight, you put it down when the moment passed and did not tell the room you had been strong. Pride cracks good promises. They kept theirs smooth. One evening, when clouds brushed the tower windows and the hour smelled of ink, Remus tried to thank them with too many words. James stopped him with a grin that did not grip. "We like our jobs," Sirius added, "and we're good at them." Peter said only, "Tea?" and poured. Gratitude folded itself back into normal. Normal is the strongest spell they knew. There were temptations, shortcuts, dressed as solutions. A charm that would have made teachers ask questions they should not have to ask. A trick that would have forced doors that ought to open by permission, not by cleverness. They passed those by. Their vow did not want noise, it wanted endurance. Endurance is quieter, more exacting, and it lasts. The whisper grew muscle over the term. James became the person who could make a table louder or softer by a touch and a word. Sirius became the person who could set a room's brightness like a lamp wick. Peter became the person who could find exactly the thing you needed before you realized you needed it. Remus became the person who could accept help without turning it into a debt. That last skill is rarer than people think. They did not tell anyone they were keeping watch. They did not tell themselves that the watch made them special. They told themselves it made them decent. Decent is easier to carry. Decent lets you sleep. And when the night asked more than calm and cups and chairs, when safety wanted roots and timing and knowing where sound travels and where it dies, they were ready to learn that work too. Not for mischief yet, not for fame later, but for care, which is the root from which their craft would grow. Ideas do not always arrive with sparks. Sometimes they arrive like a tidy tray set quietly on a table. After weeks of careful help and slower stares, the four found themselves in the library at the hour when sunlight turns the dust into slow snow. They were not hunting trouble, they were drawing neat circles around it, the way a good map marks a cliff so no one walks straight over the edge. James sketched corridors on scrap parchment while pretending to outline an essay. His lines were straight where the castle was not, which told him where his drawing was wrong before anyone said a word. Sirius leaned back, chair on 2 legs, reading the room the way some people read books. What door opens easiest? What lamp throws a shadow that gives you extra seconds when you need them? Remus copied headings in a hand the castle trusted, the kind of script that makes teachers breathe easier at a glance. Peter sorted loose notes into piles that would later look like they had always belonged together. "What we need isn't a trick," James said softly, eyes on the parchment. "It's a picture." "Of what?" Sirius asked, though he knew. He wanted it said out loud so it would fit in his head the right way. "Of where we can be without being where we shouldn't," Remus answered, and the answer set the scale. Safety first, curiosity second, ego nowhere. Peter dipped a quill in good ink and made the first small choice that mattered. He drew the library table as a rectangle with a notch where a careless elbow always bumps. The notch anchored everything else. From that honest corner, the rest of the room fell into place. James added the nearest staircase and, beside it, a dot for the 3rd step that speaks when you rush. Sirius marked a corridor bend where sound pools. He shaded the spot lightly, a weather mark rather than a warning. They did not imagine a map that tells on people. They imagined a map that listens to a building. The difference kept their hands steady. Remus noted the windows that show you sky but not roots. They are good for breath, not for plans. Peter added arrows where drafts run, because drafts announce doors long before hinges do. James penciled a tiny bell where a suit of armor always clears its throat. Sirius drew a cat with 2 dots for eyes at the corner, where the caretaker's companion likes to sit, not to mock, to remember. Between classes, they tested their first picture by walking it with ordinary feet. No sneaking, no drama, only care. Does sound carry here in the same way at noon as it did last night? Does the third step complain when your arms are full of books? Does a door answer the same to a polite hand as it does to a hurried one? If any answer changed, the parchment wore a new line. The picture was never finished. That was the point. The first blueprint began to breathe when they added time. Not just where, but when. A clean dot for the caretaker's round at the quarter hour. A dash for the prefect, who lingers to hear the clock before bed. A soft circle around the lamp that flares just before it is trimmed. 3 heartbeats of bright, then calm again. These marks were not secrets. They were courtesies to the future, ours, and anyone else's who might need a safe corridor. Sirius brought the humor that keeps patience alive. If we draw the whole castle, we'll need a castle to hold the paper, he said, but he sharpened a quill all the same. James brought the appetite that moves a pencil when the brain would rather stop. Another line, he murmured. Remus brought the restraint that keeps bright ideas from outrunning good sense. Not that passage, he said once, and they all looked at him and nodded. No questions. Peter brought the habit of finishing what others start, the labels, the neat arrows that a tired eye can follow without feeling stupid. They avoided boastful features on purpose. No glowing letters, no jumping icons, ink that fades when it should and returns when asked kindly. The castle likes modesty. Remus taught the parchment that modesty with careful charms, ask and answer, not demand and display. The page responded with a mild warmth at the edges when it was ready, like a cup that has just met hot tea. They gave themselves working names on a corner no one else would see. Not the grand ones yet, only initials in a friendly tangle to remind the page that it was made by 4 hands and not 1. Peter added a dot beside each initial and connected them in a loop. So it doesn't forget we were together when we drew it. Hee, half a joke, fully true. Testing became a kind of evening exercise. They walked 2 by 2. Never all 4 at once. More eyes on the halls that way, fewer footprints in one place. One pair timed the lamp flare. The other listened at the bend where wind turns words into wool. They reported back in lines, not stories. Step 7 hums. Window 3 rattles in rain. Portrait near the green vase pretends to sleep, does not sleep. The blueprint thickened, but not with noise, with certainty. Lily noticed their tidy comings and goings and their improved patience with bottlenecks. She did not pry. She left a hint on their table one afternoon, a tiny bottle of sand to weigh parchment corners in drafty rooms. No note, just a tool. They used it and learned that a map behaves better when it knows someone else believes in its usefulness. The first time the blueprint mattered beyond curiosity, it did so quietly, a corridor, crowded at the wrong hour. The professor's patience had thinned with the weather. A younger student froze at the sight of authority and could not find their tongue. James saw the grid in his head and redirected bodies with the casual authority of someone who is simply good at doors. Sirius drew eyes by making a joke about the bell that always clears its throat. When the bell obliged, laughter turned the crowd into a line. Remus placed his hand on the younger student's shoulder and let his calm leak across. Peter appeared at the back with the right textbook for the next class, held out like a lifeline that happened to have pages. The knot untied itself. No one knew there had been a blueprint under it. They did not call the picture a map yet. A map felt like a claim. This was a blueprint because it was still becoming. They kept it folded, not hidden, and brought it out when the work asked. If anyone looked, they would see corridors and notes that looked like any sensible student's revision tool. That was true. Revision of stone and habit. The exam was simply living here without causing harm. At night, when the dorm grew quiet, they practiced asking the parchment questions in the tone the castle likes. Not, "Tell us everything," but, "Is the west stair restless tonight?" Not, "Show us all the ways, but which way is kind?" The parchment learned to answer in small moving lights, no brighter than embers that walked along the inked lines, and paused where a person might pause. If a light stopped at a stair and faded, the stair wanted leaving alone. If it flowed smooth, boots could follow. They did not follow often. Knowing you could is different from doing. Remus set the boundary they all agreed to keep. "This is for care," he said. "If we use it to make fools of people, the castle will take it back." They believed him, not because he sounded stern, but because the building seemed to lean closer when he spoke like that, as if listening for whether they would pass this test. On the last evening of the week, the four sat with the parchment spread thin and the sand bottle holding the corners. The library windows kept the blue of after sunset. Pages turned in distant aisles. A clock told the hour. With the voice it saves for rooms that respect it, James added a small mark where the caretaker always slows to look at a particular painting. Perhaps he likes it, perhaps it reminds him of a day he keeps to himself. Sirius sketched a tiny star where the moon makes a bright square on the floor, good for breath if you need it. Peter drew a cup where water sits clean and unnoticed on a ledge behind a plant. Remus wrote a single word near the top margin in the neatest hand he owned: kind. The blueprint did not glow. It did not sing. It only became useful. That is the best kind of magic for boys who mean to stay decent while becoming clever. They folded it with care, slipped it into the safe sleeve between two textbook covers, and rose with the unremarkable grace of people going to bed at a reasonable hour. The castle watched and approved in the way of buildings by staying itself and letting careful feet learn it better. Autumn arrived with pockets full of wind. The grounds learned new colors in neat layers, gold on the edges of leaves, copper where the path turns, slate where the lake kept last night's sky. Classes shortened by a minute of daylight each week, and the bell sounded a little rounder, as if the air preferred staying close to stone. On such days, small rumors travel better than loud ones. They ride along with the geese and tuck themselves under cloaks. The rumor said there was a tree on the grounds that had its own weather. Not only shade and not only shelter, temper, it grew by itself at the edge of a field that students crossed without thinking on bright mornings and avoided without knowing why when the light was thin. From a distance, it looked like any willow. 1,000 threads of green hair and a trunk that had learned patience. From near at hand, it felt like a word not ready to be said. The first time the four walked past it together, they did not mean to stop. The wind pressed the laces of the branches into a pattern like writing. James slowed as if he could read it. Sirius tilted his head, the way he always does when a room hides a second door. Remus watched the ground, not the boughs. Grass bends differently, where the earth keeps a secret. Peter stood back a pace, not out of fear, out of good sense. Some things make more sense if you begin with a wider view. Birds used the willow differently. They came fast and left faster. No nest sat heavy in those bends. A beetle that had been happy to cross the path all the way from the lake reached the circle of shade and chose another direction with polite speed. Even the wind altered its manners, bold in the open field, careful under the branches, as if it had been told that noise was not welcome right here. There was no sign that said keep off, no rope that made a fence, only the tree's own language of small warnings. The ground seemed to want feet to remember lessons learned elsewhere. James led by not leading. He stopped, took in the scene until the details fell into a sensible pattern, and then decided that today was a day for noticing, not for testing. Sirius grinned, because he had wanted to test and felt oddly relieved to be told no by something that had not raised its voice. Remus's shoulders eased. He trusted places that spoke clearly even when they did not speak loud. Peter put a hand on his pocket where a small stone lived, a stone he carried for luck and for scale, and did not throw it. The tree had not asked for any of that kind of talk. They circled at a distance and let the wind tell them the rest. From the north side, the leaves made a sound like rain on paper. From the west side, the sound changed to the soft drag of a blanket over a bed. From the south side, there was almost nothing to hear at all, as if sound were tired, as if the ground had tucked it in. The east side, where the hill fell away a little, showed a run of earth that did not hold water the way the rest of the field did after last night's shower. Dry where it should have been damp, a straight line where nature prefers a wavering hand. Roots, James said, reasonably. Or roots, Sirius answered, less reasonably, but not wrong. Remus crouched and brushed the grass with the back of his knuckles, a gesture that belongs to people who ask the ground instead of the air. He found no track, no human print. He found instead a feeling that the soil had been taught to keep its news to itself, not secrets kept in spite, but in service. He stood and looked away from the trunk, as if the surest sign of a door is how far the furniture around it gives space. Peter noticed something else, the simple kind of thing that hides in plain sight because it is simple. The branches were all of a height to kiss the shoulders of a tall person if the person walked too near. But a few outer lashes had been trimmed, recent, clean. Not by wind or by animal, by a hand with a reason and a blade with a memory of good sharpening. He touched James's sleeve and tipped his chin toward the small, neat cuts. The message there was ordinary and strict. Someone keeps this tree in working order. They did not push closer. The castle had taught them the value of being guests. The grounds wanted the same courtesy. They gave the willow a bow of sorts. By stepping back into the brighter grass and letting their talk resume at the volume that belongs to afternoons, not to answers. Back in the library, they treated the tree like any other page. What do we know? What do we only think we know? What should we not try to know yet? The blueprint of corridors lay folded beside their books. The field around the willow was added as a blank space with a soft border and one clean word written in Remus's careful hand. Respect. Sirius drew a circle at a distance equal to the length of a careful boy's stride and marked it as the place where sound begins to change. James added the slope of the ground, even though maps prefer flat honesty. The slope was part of the story. Peter inked a thin line from the east fall away toward nowhere in particular, and then lifted his quill. Not a path, he said, a hut. Over the next week they visited in pairs at different hours. Morning made the tree look like a grandmother. Midday made it look like a sentinel. Dusk made it look like a room about to be used. They stayed out of the shade and learned the wind's favorite sentences. They learned that the caretaker's cat did not cross under the branches. It sat 3 paces off and washed a paw with ostentatious boredom, until whoever was watching chose to move along. They learned that the tree did not dislike students. It disliked rush. There were stories, of course. 4th years said a tunnel lay beneath, and they said it with the tone of people who like the word tunnel because it feels like adventure under the tongue. Others said a sound could be heard on some nights if you put your ear to the ground, and they said it as if they had tried and would not try again. Some insisted it was a punishment place for students who had outsmarted themselves. Some insisted it was a refuge for creatures no one could agree on. The grounds heard all of this and did not change. Lily passed by once with an armful of books and stopped beside them not too near, as if the tree had set the distance and she had agreed. "Don't poke at it just to prove you can," she said, not unkindly. "Things that stand alone often stand on purpose." She adjusted the top book and went on. "Advice is sometimes best given as a moving gift, received at once and carried later." On a windy afternoon, James tossed a stick toward the edge of the shadow as casually as a boy can toss a stick when the ground is watching. The stick struck a low root and bounced back into the sun, as if the tree had bumped it with a knee and said, "Mind yourself." Sirius caught the stick and grinned. "Fair enough," he said to wood and wind. Remus counted to 10 for no reason other than it felt like the right span to give to a thing that had told them no and then softened the no by being polite. Peter took a slow breath, the kind he takes when a plan is being formed that will require his kind of patience, and let it out without words. Gear sharpened into decision. They would not go under, not yet, not by luck, and not by dare. If there was a way, it was meant for need, not for gnawing. They would learn the ground around it the way a sailor learns a shoal, by adding marks to a mental chart until the day comes when the tide is wrong, and the marks save more than themselves. The blueprint got a new corner that evening. A small sketch of the field with arrows for wind and dots for birds, and a neat square where the cat sits. Next to the square, Peter drew a paw. No joke, just an honest label. Remus's hand hovered over the parchment and then wrote a second word near respect. Sanctuary. He did not explain it, and no one asked. The tree might be a door. The space around it might be a fence that keeps a certain kind of trouble from finding its easier shape. Places can be both. The boys accepted the possibility that care sometimes looks like staying out of the way. They left the field the way they had arrived together, talking of ordinary things. Homework that would be easier if the moon were a more cooperative teacher. Bread that tastes better when you eat it outside. Socks that never seem to dry in the same amount of time twice. Behind them, the willow wrote its long, thin letters across the air again. The wind took the message and folded it into itself. The grounds went on being grounds. The rumor went on being rumor. The boys went on being boys who had learned to hear a no and turn it into a map rather than a dare. Empty classrooms keep the day's warmth, like a loaf keeps heat after it leaves the oven. Chalk dust hangs in thin weather above sweeping slates. Desks align themselves in the manners they were taught. A globe stands with its finger on a sea it likes. At such hours, small skills grow best, not the showy kind, the steady kind that make tomorrow's lessons less sharp. They chose rooms the school had finished with for the hour. No sneaking, only borrowing. A window hive to mind its own business. A board wide enough to collect mistakes without judging them. The door left exactly as they found it, latch and angle so that rooms would keep trusting them. They set out ink, a cloth, a jug of water that Peter had somehow coaxed from a friendly tap, and began. James worked at precision the way a lively boy learns to love scales on an instrument. Point of the wand to the breath, not the mood. gesture the length of a word, not a paragraph. He drew straight lines in air and held them until they stopped wavering. A flick that had made sparks yesterday made only a clean answer today. He discovered that restraint can feel like speed from the inside when the hand finally knows what it is doing. Sirius practiced concealments that were really courtesies, how to make a bright thing dim enough to pass without taking the room over. He learned the difference between hiding and softening. Cloth that looks like cloth, even when a charm sits in the weave, sound wrapped until it walks instead of runs. He grinned less as the afternoon went on, not from gloom, from absorption. Grins return when the trick lives in the fingers instead of fighting them. Remus kept time, not as a conductor, as a lamp. He read small instructions aloud in a voice that gives words their proper weight and not an ounce more. He saw where a page could be trimmed without losing meaning and marked it with a dot, not a line. When a charm misbehaved, he did not chase it. He asked it to show its edge, then walked the others right up to that edge and let them feel it under their shoes. Rooms learn to like people who teach with care. The chalk did not squeal once while he held it. Peter became steward of the practice. He set quills to rights and straightened worksheets into stacks that made thinking simpler. He timed rests without announcing them, pushing the jug toward the hand that would need it in 1 more minute, sitting on the desk nearest the draft so others would not notice it, and begin to shiver when James's line in the air trembled. Peter held up a finger as if asking a question. The finger gave the line just enough time to settle before pride would have rushed it. Small stewardship keeps big effort from fraying. They ran drills that looked like chores. Buttons repaired until the thread laid perfectly, because one day hands would be bold and speed would tempt them into sloppiness. Hinge oilings on a battered cupboard, listening for the round note that means the door will not tell tales at the wrong hour. Silence charms crafted not to smother, only to lower the ceiling on noise so thought can stand upright. The practice felt like folding laundry done for the future, tidy stacks the night can lean on. Between tasks, they tested the room's truth, which floorboard insists on speaking and which can be persuaded with a touch, which pane of glass lets a face be seen from outside and which returns the world to the onlooker instead. They chalked tiny dots where sight lines cross, then wiped the dots away and kept the knowledge in their steps. They never turned discovery into decoration. The school trusts boys who leave a place as blank as they found it, except inside their heads. Laughter lived in the edges, not the middle. James's stray spark when a sneeze arrived at the wrong moment, contained in the water dish before it could finish thinking itself dramatic. Sirius's attempt to bow like a stage magician, and nearly sitting on a stool that had moved nearer out of curiosity. Remus's deadpan reading of an absurdly overwrought example in a textbook which made the line shorter and truer by simple comparison. Peter's proud unveiling of a perfectly mended sleeve on the room's lonely coat, held up high as if the coat had passed an exam and ought to receive applause. The sleeve fit the arm as if it had always been whole. The room did seem to sit taller. They measured silence the way bakers measure rise. A charm done right makes less sound, not more. The empty room taught them this by rewarding accuracy with quiet. When the air went thin and still, they knew a piece of work had landed. When it went fuzzy, something was being forced. They backed up, made the movement smaller, and tried again. It is hard for young people to love less. They learned. After the hour's main work, they practiced leaving. Not as a joke, as a skill. Door closed to the same fraction. Chairs returned to the scuffs their feet had made over years. Chalk bits gathered into a small pyramid, so the next class would not begin by searching. Windows checked, so the wind would not harden a master's mood. A scent of orange oil and dust meant they'd put the room to rights faster than the clock's next breath. They taught themselves to erase their own passage everywhere but in what they could do. On certain afternoons, when the weather pushed against the windows and made them sigh, they added exercises for hands. Peter brought a little kit: needle, waxed thread, 2 weights, a strip of leather. James ran thread through holes until his fingers found the rhythm that keeps it from knotting. Sirius balanced the weights to learn patience that cannot be faked. Remus softened the leather with slow circles of thumb and heat. The way you make a strap trust its buckle again. None of this is on exams. Much of it carries you through a year. They tried a few sparks of future plans without naming them plans, not fireworks, applications. James guided a feather through a narrow hoop 3 times in a row and grinned the quiet grin of exactness. Sirius walked a bell from bright to dull and back again without touching it, all by learning what the bell liked to hear. Peter drew a straight ink line across a page that had been jostled and kept the line true. Later on a moving night, such steadiness would save someone time. Remus tested a modest charm that asks a piece of parchment to listen like a friend, not like a spy. The parchment made the smallest warmth at the corner, as if to say, "Speak softly, and I will answer." Lily found them once, not by accident. She brought extra cloths and placed them where cloths tend to be needed, then set a jar of better ink on the sill, as if the jar had been there in the morning. "Mind the windows," she said, nodding toward a scene that let in weather. "They stick if the damp gets ideas." She left before thanks could turn the moment into a scene. The empty room, flattered by good supplies, worked more willingly for the rest of the week. They built a rule for these hours and kept it with good grace. Praise the smallest improvement first. James learned to applaud a steadier wrist before a faster wand. Sirius learned to admire a cleaner edge before a brighter glow. Remus learned to say enough at exactly the right time, so tomorrow would have something to look forward to. Peter learned to claim credit when he had earned it, which is its own courage, and to leave it alone when the better victory was the work looking simple. Evening gathered, and with it the hush that makes corridors seem to lean in and listen. They packed the jug, folded the cloth, smudged away their own notes until the board returned to blank. James checked the latch twice, because empty rooms like certainty. Sirius opened the door with a small flourish and then remembered himself and merely held it. Remus waited for a draft to pass, so it would not chase them. Peter lifted the last chair into its old scrape marks, and the legs found home with a satisfied sound. Practice in empty rooms became the line between the boys they had been and the boys they were becoming. Mischief without craft is noise. Craft without kindness is brittle. Here in these borrowed hours, they found the seam where skill and care sew into one cloth. Tomorrow would ask more of them. Corridors, maps, rivalries, trees that keep their own counsel. Tonight, the best thing they could do for the school that held them was to leave a room better tuned than they had found it, and to carry that tuning in their hands back into the common world. They closed the door and walked away, not lighter, not heavier, truer. The hallway took their steps and gave them back in the right key. A clock somewhere smiled with its next round note. The castle always notices when boys learn to be exact. It rewards them with days that move more gently. The parchment did not change all at once. Magic that means to last learns a person's hands before it obeys a person's will. They met in the library's kind hour, when lamps make small lakes on the tables and the dust chooses to be quiet. The sand bottle held one corner. A book with a cracked spine held another. Care held the rest. James refined the lines he had drawn too boldly. Corridors slimmed to their real widths. Stairs bent by inches, the way stone insists they do. He learned the trick of stopping one stroke early, so that the next could find its own place. Maps that boss their buildings lose the building's respect. He made a companion, not a commander. Sirius coaxed motion into the ink the way a boy coaxes a skittish cat. No sudden reach, only an offered palm. He did not want animation. He wanted breath. A dot that brightened for the fraction of a heartbeat where a watchman lingered, a thread of glow that flowed and faded to show the kindest timing through a door. He grinned when it worked and grinned smaller when it worked again, because delight needs to be saved if you want it to return. Remus wrote the manners into the page. Ask, don't pry. Listen, don't spy. The charms he chose were polite on purpose. Conditional, modest, steady. If the castle's hum rose, the ink dimmed. If the hum softened, the ink allowed itself to speak. He added one more rule in the quietest script he owned, almost invisible unless you intended to see it. For care. The parchment warmed at the corner, more assent than applause. Peter made legibility the magic's best friend. Labels that a tired eye can read. Arrows that never Pezu you already know which way is north. He tested the page in bad light, with cold fingers, with the sleeve in the way, the sorts of truths that ruin clever plans and spare decent ones. He redrew a junction twice, and then once more, until a person could find it from memory, having seen it only once. They named themselves at last, but only to the page and not to the world. Prongs, Padfoot, Mooney, Wormtail. The letters went down like laughter that chooses a corner of the room and does not disrupt the lesson. The names were not a boast, they were a promise. We will be who our friend needs. The first true breathing came on a night of difficult weather. Fog had climbed the stairs and lay in the lower corridors like folded blankets. Sounds arrived late and left early. They set the parchment down and asked it a single question, in Remus's key. Which way keeps people from stumbling? The ink answered with a faint pulse along two routes and dimmed across a third. They followed the pulse by memory rather than by sight, tested doors with the careful hand they had trained, and found themselves in the right places without forcing any wrong ones. A younger student, lost and embarrassed, stood at a junction that turns polite people around. James approached as if they were both meant to be there. This way has better light, he said, and it was true for the next 30 paces, because Sirius 5 breaths ahead had trimmed a lamp to its friendliest height. Remus fell in beside the student and matched step for step until the breath eased. Peter slipped a folded page into the student's palm, tomorrow's notes on the class they had just missed, and made it seem like a library clerical error to spare pride. The map cooled beneath their cloaks, not needed now that kindness had taken over. They tuned the page to time as well as space. When the bell finished its round note at the quarter, two corners of the parchment brightened for the span of a count of 5. That is, when a patrol turns and hears least. When rain pressed at the north side stones, a thin line darkened there to say the flagstones want cautious feet. When the portraits along one hall took turns telling each other the same story and grew loud, the ink faded at their frames so that no one would be tempted to look that way and lose minutes to gossip. Lily saw the four moving with an ease that looked like luck and frowned, an approving frown, the kind people wear when they recognize practice under grace. She left a short pencil on their table, sharpened to a long, elegant point. No. On the parchment's margin, a new habit appeared, tiny ticks that mark where mistakes had been, and were not anymore. The pencil made them neat. The boys looked no more pleased than a carpenter will look at a straight beam, which is to say that one evening the map rescued none of them, and did its job anyway. A prefect had fallen asleep at a post more comfortable than it looked. Waking him would make him cross. Leaving him would cause trouble later. The parchment offered a small alternative. A route that curved a long way and put the boys in view of the teacher who would do the waking kindly. They took the long curve without complaint. Later, when the prefect yawned his way into lecture, his temper was unruffled and the knight paid no further tax. As the page learned them, it also learned refusal. Twice, it cooled when Sirius's grin ran ahead of his judgment. Not for that, the corner warmth said, and he accepted the correction with good humor. Once it dulled under James's hand when he thought of trying a shortcut that would have made a story and broken a trust. He lifted his hand and the ink brightened again. As if relieved, the map's best magic was not what it showed, but what it denied. They added small refuges as they discovered them. A sash window that opens just enough to let sea air settle a gallop in the chest. A bench that warms best at the turning of the hour. A cupboard where a kind caretaker leaves a stack of dry cloths after storms. These were not secrets for swagger. They were waypoints for tired minds. On the margin, Remus wrote a second quiet word beside for care, for rest. Peter, who dislikes boasting but loves order, proposed one more feature and drew it himself. At the top right, a little box with the calmest instructions possible for anyone who might one day find the parchment without knowing the hearts that made it. If you are lost, breathe slower. If you are cold, seek lamps, not crowds. If the ink is dim, wait. It will answer when the hall is safe. He signed the box with a dot, not an initial. The map did not become a cape or a trumpet or a dare. It became a tool that worked best when a person had already chosen decency. In that way, it was like the boys who made it. They folded it, thanked it out loud sometimes, and taught their hands to remember its lines so they would not need to open it unless opening it would help more than it would tempt. On the night they realized the page had learned to breathe without them, ink pulsing once on a desk, when a gust announced a door that had been left on the catch, they smiled and said nothing. Work that begins to live on its own deserves quiet. They slid the parchment back into its sleeve, doused the lamp to the exact height a librarian appreciates, and let the castle keep the last word. The castle's word, as always, was a hum at the south wall that means carry on. What came next did not arrive with noise. It came as a truth that had waited for the right hands. The four sat with the map folded small between them. The fire made a low circle of light that did not ask questions. Outside the windows, the sky held a thin moon, the color of milk. Remus looked from face to face and chose to trust what the year had taught him. He spoke softly. The room heard every word. He did not tell a legend. He described a pattern, absences that matched a quiet calendar, returns that asked for kinder hours. A walk that was easier in the early morning than just after dusk. He said the word that matters and kept it gentle. There is a wolf in me. He did not look down when he said it. He looked up so they could see that the person remained. The room held its breath and then let go. James answered first, not with promises that would be hard to keep, with order. He moved the jug so it would be closer to the hand that might shake. He checked the latch so the night would not intrude with a sudden sound. His eyes were bright. His voice stayed calm. We are your friends. We will not make this heavy with noise. We will make it lighter with work. He meant it. Sirius brought warmth without heat. He smiled in the way that tells a person they are still exactly who they were a minute ago. No more and no less. He sat back so the space could breathe. He leaned forward only when a sentence needed a friend at its end. He said that secrets can be gardens when tended by the right hands. He said that the school is full of doors, We will learn which ones are better for hard nights." He meant it too. Peter took the plan into his fingers. He listed the small things that help when the body is tired. Clean cloth folded where it can be found in the dark. A cup set on the cool stone near the window. A path to the stair that does not require talking. He asked Remus which side of the bed is kinder when a long hour turns. The question was ordinary and respectful. Remus told him. Peter nodded and filed it where he keeps useful truths. They did not ask for the difficult details. They did not doubt what was plain. They set about making the castle softer where it could be softened. The map learned to dim along routes that were too bright for certain nights. Lamps learned to sit lower. Hinges learned to hold their tongues. The boys practiced their listening so that a change in breath could speak before a mouth had to. Work became the kindness they trusted most. A month carried them toward a night that had to be faced together. The willow whispered in its careful voice as the wind moved through it. The grounds held the color of pewter. The sky thinned. They did not dare the tree. They did not need. The school had laid a safer path, and their blueprint found it like a memory. They walked it without running. They stood where a person should stand. They did not turn the moment into a stage. When the hour arrived, it brought no spectacle. It brought a sound like two hands tightening on a windowsill. It brought a chair that felt the weight of a boy who needed to sit before he stood again. Remus closed his eyes and let the wave pass through. The others kept watch with the exact respect a person deserves when they do a hard thing that is not meant to be watched. The building helped the way good buildings do. A draft moved away. A floorboard kept still. After the worst of it settled, they made a circle of quiet that could carry them back into ordinary time. James told a story, small enough to fit in a pocket. It was about a game that ended before it began, because someone forgot the ball. Sirius added a bad rhyme that turned the story into a joke only they would ever laugh at. Peter produced a square of chocolate that traveled well and broke it into 4 even pieces. Remus ate his share, and the taste brought color back into his face. The night slowly became a room again. They named themselves later, not from vanity, from craft. Names that could be spoken in a crowded corridor without anyone thinking twice. Names that carried a smile and a secret at the same time. James put his hand on his chest and claimed prongs in a voice that sounded like a trumpet taught to behave. Sirius tipped an imaginary hat and became Padfoot with a grin that could not resist wagging. Remus took Mooney and made it kind rather than sharp. Peter tapped the table twice and took Wormtail with pride that told the others to respect what he could do. The map breathed a little warmer when the names went down. It understood that a promise had found its shapes. From that night, the work gathered purpose. They learned to set their timing to a quiet calendar that only they kept. Early evening was for moving chairs and trimming lamps. Late night was for checking the bend in the corridor where sound hides. Morning was for making the room look as if nothing special had ever happened there. The school prefers not to be told when it is being heroic. The school prefers order. The boys obliged. Lily noticed the air around them and said nothing. Her eyes softened when Remus passed a window that held too much moon. She walked beside him without making it seem like help. She handed over notes when he returned after a hard day and called it study. She spoke to James in a way that made him straighten without feeling commanded. She spoke to Sirius in a way that turned a dangerous spark into a lamp. She thanked Peter for something unremarkable and made it sound important. No one recorded these moments. The building did. Teachers sensed a change that could not be put on a ledger. Proficiency improved where patience had improved first. Classrooms settled faster when the 4 took their places. Detentions remained possible and even useful, but the reasons for them grew smaller. When rules were tested, they were tested for shape and not for noise. A look from a trusted adult became enough to bring a grin back into the correct lane. The school prefers correction to be quiet. The boys preferred it too. On the next cycle, the night felt less sharp. Not easy, only known. Remus carried himself like a person who can walk through weather and arrive with his name intact. James kept the jokes shorter and kinder. Sirius kept his brightness in a careful jar until the hour allowed him to pour a little into the room. Peter kept everyone fed in the ways that matter. The map learned a few new lines and forgot none of the old ones. It would never turn into a trumpet. It stayed a tool. They did not yet dream of changing themselves into what the night required. That thought stood at the edge of the room and waited with patience. First, they needed to prove they could be steady without charms and without shapes that would cost more than they paid back. They needed to prove that loyalty can sit on a chair and hold a cup and close a door. When a person can do that, larger work begins to make sense. The willow kept its counsel, and so did the lake. The castle rewarded restraint with small privileges no one would notice unless they had learned to see. A door that always stuck gave way more easily for a polite hand. A portrait that liked gossip chose to nap when it was most convenient for them that it should nap. The clock measured their care and returned it as time saved at the hour when time feels thin. What the night had asked of them became a stitch between days. They learned to tug that stitch only when it needed tightening. They learned to leave it alone when it sat right. The names they chose were badges only to each other. They were also a way to speak to fear without giving it too much room. Prongs, Padfoot, Moomy, Wormtail. 4 notes in a chord that sounded like friendship carried into weather. They fell asleep on those nights as if the castle itself had exhaled. Curtains breathed, coals settled. The last thought at the edge of sleep was not dread. It was the shape of a plan that would grow in careful inches. They would remain decent. They would remain exact. And when the time came to go further for a friend, they would do it without making a speech. The idea arrived like a tool laid on a table. Quiet, heavy, meant for careful hands. They did not speak of daring. They spoke of duty, of the kind that grows from friendship and has to be earned for years. To run beside the wolf without chains or crowds, to give danger shape and give safety room. This was the work. If it could be done, it must be done rightly or not at all. They began with patience, the old kind that turns months into teachers. Books were found that did not shout their titles. Margins held notes in tidy ink. Timings, warnings, small kindnesses that past minds had left for future ones. James copied lists into a notebook that did not leave the room. Sirius learned the long order of smaller steps and for once took pride in not skipping any. Remus kept the compass set. If it ever felt like showing off, they would stop. Peter became quartermaster. Ingredients counted twice. Files labeled for sleepy eyes. A clean cloth within reach of every attempt. The castle offered places where learning could be done without frightening the day. Empty classrooms after tea. A landing where the air keeps steady like a metronome. A patch of lawn, far from windows that taught them how wind steals heat from fingers and how to guard against that theft. They did not chase change. They courted it. Circles traced and retraced. Breath paired to gesture. Charms made modest on purpose, built to fail quietly until they learned not to fail at all. Mishaps came, as mishaps do when boys reach for larger shapes. A flare that spat and died because the will behind it was too proud. James learned to smile smaller and try again. A glamour that blurred the wrong edge. Sirius learned that the showiest line is rarely the true one. A page that spoke in riddles. Remus translated it into chores. First this, then rest, then that. A vial misplaced in a pocket. Peter replaced the pocket, new stitching, in a loop. A place that could not be forgotten even on a night with thin thoughts. They grew superstitions that were really disciplines. Never attempt on an empty stomach. Never end a session without writing the smallest thing that went right. Never practice when temper is high or when laughter wants to be loud. Both burn the fuel learning need. Never do the last step just because the hour is late. The last step belongs to a fresh mind. The rules looked plain on paper. Kept, they saved the boys from themselves. Time did most of the work. Term melted into term. The map filled with tiny marks that meant only something to 4 people. A star for a place where balance came easy. A dot where it did not. A line through any page that had tempted them toward recklessness. Their bodies learned new sentences. James found stillness inside speed. Sirius found quiet inside brightness. Remus found permission to be helped without owing anyone a debt. Peter found stubbornness that did not need witnesses. The first true signs were private and small. A hand resting on fur that wasn't there yet, and the hand did not flinch. A shadow at the edge of a lamp shaped like ears that listened. A heartbeat settling into a rhythm that felt older than the room. No one cheered. They breathed and recorded and tidied the space before they left it, the way craftsmen clean their bench at the day's end to respect tomorrow's work. On evenings when doubt arrived, and it did, wearing sensible shoes, Remus spoke first. "We stop if this makes the world colder," he said. James agreed in the language of schedules. "We pause when the calendar asks for it." Sirius agreed by putting the lid back on the ink before the ink could dry into waste. Peter agreed by packing the kit with the same care whether the hour had gone well or poorly. Care is a vote for continuing, not a denial of difficulty. Lily knew none of the details and knew enough. She steered conversations away from the wrong nights. She made sure a certain chair by a certain fire was not taken by anyone who would not sit kindly. She lent books she happened to be finished with that held the right diagrams about stamina and the right sentences about kindness. She did not ask what they were becoming. She asked who they were staying. The answer, always, ourselves, only steadier. They practiced endings as often as beginnings, returning from the edge of change to the middle of a room with cups and jokes and homework, closing curtains without needing to hide, writing one neat line in a log they would never show to anyone, warming hands and not spirits, because spirits bred mistakes. The discipline of ending well kept, the next attempt honest. Then came the season when each boy carried a new weight that felt like a tale in the mind, a length that asked to be accounted for. When the ear heard farther than the walls, when the nose could pick out rain from river and corridor from courtyard, they learned to set those senses down when class began, to pick them up when the map asked, to never use them to win at small things. Power is a poor prize if it costs trust. Trust was the point. One cold night, they stood outside under a friendly moon and knew the work had crossed a border. Not the grand leap of story, the sure step of craft. James laughed low, and the sound had branches in it. Sirius grinned, and the grin had a place to go if it had needed a place. Remus closed his eyes and did not brace. He allowed. Peter set a hand on the back of a bench and did not feel alone. They did not take the last step. They knew they could. Knowing and waiting is a kind of mastery boys rarely notice they own. They folded the map with clean hands. They slept the sleep of people who have not cheated. In the morning they poured tea for each other without ceremony and went to class and answered questions and forgot to be extraordinary. The castle approved. It prefers its heroes to attend to scales and hinges. Becoming is often an apprenticeship to patience. They apprenticed themselves well. The day would come when running beside the wolf would be a fact and not a hope. When it did, it would feel like a continuation, not a performance. That is the only safe way for certain kinds of magic to enter a life, like an extra room added to a house that already knows how to be warm. The first night carried the hush of a rehearsal that has finally asked to be a performance. No audience, only weather. Moonlight laid a pale road across the grounds. Frost stitched thin silver thread along grass and stone. They had prepared without naming the hour, and now the hour arrived as if called by the way four hearts had learned to keep time together. Remus stood with his back to a wall that knew how to hold. He did not ask for speeches. He adjusted his breath until it matched the slow pull of the winter air. James set a hand to the latch that would be his only quick motion for a while, and then stepped back. Sirius trimmed a lamp to its friendliest height and shaded it with his palm, so light would not jump where it was not wanted. Peter touched the map once through cloth, not to check it, only to remember that careful work had brought them to the edge of this careful work. Change came like a turning of pages, not a tear, not a rip, a slow leafing from one chapter into the next, the book remaining the same book throughout. Remus's shoulders learned a new grammar, weight redistributed, muscles answering a different sentence. His eyes closed, opened, and saw the world in a language it had always had. He did not vanish. He arrived, only wearing a truer coat for the night that had asked for it. James met the new shape with one of his own. Antlers learned the moon as if they had been carved from it. Hooves found the ground without quarrel. He stood not as a challenge, as a landmark. Here, friend, here is north. Sirius shook brightness down into muscle and length. Good humor turned into speed and balance. He circled once, not to boast, to test the wind for edges. Peter slipped small and sure into the place where gaps become paths. The pack was a sentence now, each word different, the meaning shared. They did not run to be wild. They ran to be safe. The first stride was measured, the second matched to it, the third tested for the way sound travels on frost. Remus set the pace, and the others answered. They learned quickly that the ground hears better than walls at night. They placed their feet accordingly. The willow stood at its distance, keeping its old counsel. The lake kept its breath even and low, a metronome for good judgment. Across the lawn, the world offered a choice, the open stretch that tempts, the folded path that holds. They took the fold. Antlers went first, through a narrow, the broad back, a promise that nothing sudden would come from behind. Paw pads found the silent stones. Small paws traced the exact line that leaves no echoes. The night accepted them because they behaved. Wind passed like a messenger who has nothing alarming to say. Remus's new senses wrote a map that the parchment could only bless, never match. Smells arranged themselves into shelves, cold iron, old leaf, a thread of wax from lamps at the far wing. Sound made honest distances owl over orchard, hinge at the boathouse, a fox revising its plans. Once, something stirred beyond sight, and the instinct to chase rose like heat. It met James's steadying presence, as a gate meets a friendly latch, and turned into a breath. Out, in, out. The moment passed. The pack kept to its charter. They found the lane the moon had laid and used only its middle, leaving the edges untroubled for whatever else needed the night. Sirius learned when to range and when to heal without being told. He read Remus's shoulder like a signpost and took joy in precision rather than in speed. Peter learned that small can mean crucial. His pathfinding spared the others from brambles and saved 3 minutes that would matter later when tiredness asked its tax. James learned the art of being seen exactly enough, a white mark at the corner of the eye to say "I am here" if fear rises, and otherwise a kindly tree. The school slept and helped. A door that might have thumped decided to rest. A stare that loves to complain accepted careful wait without comment. Lamps held their halos in tidy circles. Portraits kept their painted breath. The pact, the old weather that looks for bright things to thin, tested, tasted, and found the pack offered no reckless heat to feed on. Only a disciplined warmth that knows its own borders. It drifted away toward louder corners of the world. At the far edge, where field becomes fence becomes hedgerow, they paused, breath plumed, and then settled. Remus lifted his head and listened through bones for what the night wanted next. The answer was simple, as most good answers are. Return the way you came, with the same care you spent on the going. They turned as a single sentence turns at the end of a line and follows into the next without losing sense. On the way back, a small test rose up. 3 deer at the lake fringe, shadows within shadow. Instinct again offered its strong opinion. Remus's foot pressed the earth. James stepped into sight. Sirius lowered his head and let his joy be still. Peter lay so flat he might have been a fallen branch. The deer watched, decided, and fed again. The test ended without becoming a story. Quiet victories are the kind you can carry for years. Near the doors, work waited. They changed across the same scene they had crossed before, in reverse, without showing off. Antlers returned to hands that could pour tea, paws to boots that know corridors, breath to the pace of human halls. Remus leaned a shoulder to stone for one long count, and then straightened. James checked the latch. True. Sirius trimmed the lamp back down to study light. Peter set the jug where the hand would expect it, angle already turned for easy pouring. Inside, the common room held its banked amber. No one else stirred. They sat where all good endings sit, near, not crowded. James told a brief, foolish story about a broom that refused to fly because it liked the cupboard. Everyone laughed softly, not to deny the night, to include it in the ordinary. Sirius discovered a crumb in his pocket and divided it as if it were a feast. Peter produced the square of chocolate he always keeps on nights when courage has been spent well. Remus let the sweetness decide the hour. Not yet. Now, enough. They wrote nothing down. The map received only 3 new marks: a star where breath came easiest, a dot where it did not, a tiny cup to remind future versions of themselves to drink there first. Remus traced the word written months ago. For care, and the ink felt warm for a second, as if the page itself approved. Sleep came like a tide that knows the shore by heart. Curtains moved an inch with the draft, and then stilled. Boots sat in their quiet row. The castle, which had held its approval behind its usual strict face, allowed one small sign. The south wall's hum arrived a heartbeat earlier than usual and held its low note of breath longer. It meant what it always means: carry on, but with a kindness that made the room feel more like a home than a fortress. Morning showed no heroics. 4 boys woke as 4 boys do. Ink smelled like lessons. Toast tasted like toast. The lake was only a lake again, but there was a seam stitched now between night and day that made both stronger. The knowledge that they could go out together, be what the hour required, and come back with their names still their own. That stitch would hold through harder cloth in years to come. Even careful boys meet the ledger now and then. Mischief, when it learns manners, still trips on its own laces. The first week after the long night brought a small cascade of errors that did no harm and taught plenty. A door that they had left as they found it chose a new opinion about latches. The click came late. A prefect's eyebrow rose early. Names were taken in a tone that said, "You will be useful this evening." Detention is a word with teeth in some schools. Here it is a word with sleeves rolled up. They reported at the hour, when classrooms feel like bathhouses after closing, steam gone, benches drying, tools waiting for morning. A professor with a voice that likes order handed them lists and rags and a tin of oil. "Make the doors honest," she said, and left them to the craft she knew they could learn. James approached the first hinge as he would a practice drill, steady, respectful. He learned the round note that says enough oil, no more. He learned the patient turn that coaxes rather than forces. When a door sighed into good behavior, he smiled the smile he usually saves for clean goals. Smaller, prouder, kinder. Sirius found the rhythm to suit his hands. Wipe, drop, turn, test, wipe again. His grin tried to arrive early, and he sent it away until the work deserved it. He began to speak to the doors without words. A series of quiet nods and raised brows that made even old wood feel seen. He liked that this mischief cost turned into repair credit. Remus kept the ledger. Room, door, hinge, condition, note. Sticks in damp, sneaks in cold, prefers a firmer hand. Sentences that future students would thank without knowing who had written them. He enjoyed the way a sturdy, accurate line on paper can warm a space. The way tea warms hands from the inside. Peter became keeper of cloths and corners. He learned which rags shed and which rags gave themselves properly to the work. He knelt where the floor meets the jamb and found the dust that makes shy grit, that makes old hinges salter. He left no little piles behind. Rooms notice such courtesies and repay them later in easier hours. Another evening found them under the supervision of a caretaker who had seen 1,000 boys and chose to treat these 4 as apprentices rather than sinners. Chimney brushes, he said, and better sleeves than those. Suit is democratic. By the second hour, all faces wore the same mask. They laughed in low notes that the flues approved. Sirius Black to the eyebrows bowed to a fireplace as if it were a duke and was knighted with a tumble of ash for his trouble. The caretaker's cat sat with obvious disdain and then, when no one watched, approved with a tail twitch the length of a breath. Detention set to tasks becomes a new kind of class. Floorboards learned their true sounds under careful steps. Windows learned how to shut with a tone that does not wake sleeping portraits. Desks learned that ink will not bleed if a cloth is interposed with love instead of hurry. The boys learned, too, what the building asks of those who live inside it. Not cleverness, not apology, maintenance. One night, a stricter master took charge. He had a reputation for turning hours into stones and making boys carry them. The list he gave was long and the light was poor. James took the longest row of pews and learned to polish without streaks. Sirius took the tallest cupboard and learned to step down to think rather than reach up with impatience. Remus divided the long list into 4 short ones and passed them round. His arithmetic made the hour seem possible. Peter found better light by shifting a lamp 2 inches and felt the room become kinder to everyone. They found a friendship with brooms they had never respected before. The good broom is neither stiff nor lazy. It has a spine and a kindness. It needs to be led, not shoved. James led, Sirius danced, and then steadied. Remus paired 2 passes at right angles and watched dust give up. Peter shook the straw in the corridor, where drafts take trash, and carried it away before the drafts changed their minds. Sometimes detention came with quiet conversation, instead of tools. A professor walked between rows of desks and asked each boy for one sentence. What did you think would happen? What happened? What will you do next time? That keeps craft and drops noise. The boys answered as the room taught them. James, look longer before moving. Sirius, aim for neat, not impressive. Remus, write the step we missed. Peter, put the cloth where we'll need it tomorrow. The professor nodded once, the kind of nod that plants strengths for later. There were moments worth keeping as stories told low by the fire. A jar Polish that refused to open until Peter tapped the lid twice as if it were a shy beetle. A tapestry that hid a ladder and then offered it with the air of someone lending a best spoon. A door that squealed no matter what was done until James laughed at it. Not unkindly, and the hinge chose to be persuaded by good humor where oil had failed. A portrait who recited a scandal from 3 generations back, while Sirius dusted the frame, then stopped mid-sentence to say, "You have a careful hand, boy," with the sort of approval that makes a person stand straighter for a week. Detention also taught them how to finish together. Tools cleaned and returned better than found. Notes left where the next hands will look. Windows latched but not tightened into spite. Lamps taken down to the wick the night prefers. They signed nothing. They left rooms, speaking in the key of enough. On a late evening near winter, the 4 were set to inventory in a cold storeroom. Chalk, thread, spare knobs for drawers that like to leap their rails. The list asked for accuracy, not speed. Breath hung in front of mouths like small flags. Remus read. Peter counted. James stacked. Sirius wrapped bundles with string that made satisfying squares. The bundle corners touched like friends who do not crowd each other. When the master checked, he raised his brows and allowed himself the kind of praise that warms young people most. This will save time for someone tired. A curious thing happened. Detentions began to dry up, not because they stopped testing lines, but because their tests were truer. Mischief asked itself whether it would add repair or require it. If it required repair, it had to be worth the hour it would cost later. Many ideas folded themselves away under that rule and returned, better in daylight, as improvements that no adult felt the need to forbid. When a detention did come, the boys met it with the same decency as a lesson. The common room saw them go and return a little sootier, a little quieter, and somehow brighter too. The way brass looks after someone has taken time with it. They had learned the secret teachers wish would travel faster. Service is not punishment when it leaves a place stronger than it was. Back in the dorm after such evenings, they spoke little and slept deeply. Shoulders ached in the honest way work arranges. The map gained a few new marks, a hinge that will not betray you, a window that likes a quarter turn first, a broom cupboard that holds a better broom if you ask kindly. Stories collected like clean tools on a wall. Not legends, just proofs that consequence and care can be the same road, walked with better feet each week. Spring came in a softer key, but pride keeps its own weather. In hallways that smelled of polish and chalk, the small scrape between 2 tempers learned to speak louder. Not shouting, not yet. Just enough to bend the air whenever James and Severus crossed paths. Sirius brightened, as he does when friction promises sparks. Remus felt the change like grit under a boot heel. Peter watched the corners of faces and tried to stand where belonging might look most certain. It began with tiny edits to ordinary moments. A quill set too close to the edge of a desk, nudged back with precise fingers that did not thank the nudge. A remark about measurements delivered in a voice that measured people as well as herbs. James could have let it pass. He had let things pass before. This time he raised a brow. a small flag planted in contested ground. "All right?" he asked, as if he had been asked. Severus answered by fixing a label that hadn't needed fixing and left the question hanging like a coat no one would claim. Lily kept the lesson moving, not by taking a side, by being exact. 2 clockwise, 1 counter. She demonstrated. The potion settled. The room exhaled. She passed Peter a clean spoon and the look that says, "You are part of this circle. Use the tool." Peter's shoulders found a better angle. Sirius, bored by precision until it becomes art, leaned in and gave the brew its neat stir with exaggerated care that made 3 people smile in spite of themselves. Even Severus's mouth flickered at the corners before it remembered its posture. In the corridor, later, the scrape returned. Comments about ancestry are easy to throw and heavy to carry. One fell in their path, light in tone and sharp in aim. James stopped, the way a boy stops when something unkind pretends to be clever. His hand did not reach for his wand. He reached for words instead and found ones that were brisk and not cruel. "Try better," he said, and stepped past. Sirius floated a grin that could have been a jibe and turned it, mid-breath, into a joke about staircases that prefer certain feet, letting the laughter fall on architecture, not people. Remus let the space widen and then narrow, like a tide smoothing the sand. That night, by the fire, the 4 counted the day without keeping score. "He's needling," Sirius said, bouncing the word on his tongue. "So don't be cloth," Remus answered. "Be wood." "Needles don't bother wood." James drummed the chair arm once, twice. "I won't make him small to make us tall." He meant it, and also liked that he meant it. Peter nodded and filed a useful sentence under what to do when rooms want a show. Be the person who moves the tea. The next week turned the screw a quarter. A practical exam set James and Severus at neighboring benches. The work asked for calm wrists and unbruised egos. A spill near Severus's scale made the weights lock. James saw it first and slid over his own clean set without saying whose fault had made the error. Severus took them, nodded once in a language that does not use thank you often, and finished with a result as tidy as Lily's. The professor wrote a small mark in the ledger. Lily caught James's eye from across the room and tilted her head in approval that did not become a smile. Approval like that is a better prize than points. Still, thorns grow where bushes meet. On the lawn, with the wind pulling at ties and hair, Severus's circle and theirs exchanged a brace of remarks about rules and why they were made. Sirius stepped forward, brightness rising. James put an easy hand against his shoulder, not to stop him, to slow him to the cadence that wins without wounds. "If it's about rules," James said, "keep it to rules." He quoted a line from a handbook none of them like, but all of them respect. Severus's eyes narrowed with the satisfaction of meeting someone on a page he knew. "Then mind the footnotes," he replied, and recited one back with enough sting to draw a breath in the group. Lily arrived like good weather at the edge of a storm. "Library doors close in 7 minutes," she said. "Argue in full sentences or go read them." Both sides laughed, a little. The argument bent into the path and walked with them instead of standing in their way. Peter's need to belong tugged at his sleeve. He laughed first when Sirius laughed, frowned first when James frowned, searched Lily's face for a signal. Remus saw it and gave him a line of work. "Find the exact measure on this," he said, handing over a problem that lives in numbers, not in glances. Peter solved it slowly and felt the world hold still under his feet for the span of 3 breaths. That steadiness pulled him back from the bright edges where boys go when they are afraid of being the fourth wheel. The castle noticed the mood, as castles do. Portraits along certain halls developed a tasteful deafness, a suit of armor that loves gossip, learned humility thanks to an afternoon with Peter's oil can. Doors remembered to close with round note. Even the lake kept its reflection simple. Boys as boys, not banners. One evening, James found Severus alone in the library, 3 books stacked like steps. The top one open on a diagram whose difficulty would turn most eyes away. He paused, not to share study, to measure his own weather. He thought of saying something that would end the scrape by being generous. He thought of saying something that would make the scrape worse by being clever. He chose neither. He nodded in that quiet way that makes space but not invitation, and walked on. Sometimes the bravest thing a boy can do with a rivalry is not feed it. Sirius had a harder time with restraint. Pride throws sparks when the air is dry. In the common room with an audience that didn't mean to be an audience, he told a story that tread too near an old slight. Laughter rose too high. Sirius felt the wrong kind victory in his throat and didn't like the taste. Remus's foot tapped twice against his boot. Their small signal for things. Sirius switched endings mid-tail, turned the sharp edge into a soft one, and the room let out the breath it hadn't known it was holding. Later he said, "Nearly made a mess," and James said, "Didn't," and that was the end of it. The weeks wrote a pattern. Nudge, check, ease. Nudge, check, ease. Lily's presence made better choices easier. She praised small decencies and ignored small vanities until they starved. When James's better angel won a tight moment, she spoke to him about a charm he'd done well and not about the moment at all. When Severus's patience held, she asked him for a reference she knew he'd have. These are not tricks. They are architecture. Remus kept reminding the circle what game they were playing. "Learn them," he said, meaning Snape and company. "Not to aim, to understand. It keeps your own hands honest." He set them small tasks that left no room for swagger. Copy the good line from a rival's essay into your head. Admit when a correction is right. Stop 3 sentences early when the 4th would only be cruel. James made a face and did it anyway. Sirius muttered and did it with surprising grace. Peter said right and wrote it down. Nothing broke. No spell flew that could not be gathered back by good sense. Pride lost 2 rounds, 1-1, drew the rest. The scrape remained, a thistle at the edge of a field that's still fine to walk through barefoot if you watch your step. And then, as springs do, a day came trimmed in bad timing, when tempers were thin as paper and rain had laced corridors with old smells, and someone, not meaning harm, meaning heat, made a dare sound like a plan. It sat between them like a coin on a table. Shiny, stupid, tempting. James looked at it and saw the cost written on the edge. Sirius saw it and smiled because he always smiles at coins. Remus saw it and felt the room tilt. Peter saw it and waited to see which way belonging would point. The coin did not move. Not yet. The night would decide who they were next. The coin on the table slid without hands. A dare dressed itself as wit and borrowed courage's coat. The plan, such as it was, sounded simple when spoken in the wrong tone. Send a rival toward a place that ought to be left alone and let the night do the rest. The room did not agree. Chairs felt heavier. The lamp burned lower. Even the map cooled beneath its sleeve. Sirius reached first, driven by the restless spark that likes fast answers. His grin made a promise his better self could not keep. James watched the coin roll, heard the cost whisper on its edge, and still moved slower than he should have. Remus felt the floor shift the way floors do before a shelf tips. Peter wanted to belong and mistook silence for agreement. The night, tired of boys who tested, opened a door they would wish closed. Steps were taken. Words were said that turned an old scrape into a road. Severus, brittle with a week of small cuts, met a corridor too dim, a hint too neat, and a gate that did not look like a gate until it was one. Wind pressed its face to the glass. Far off, wood grown. Near at hand, the willow's long hair stirred in a draught no one else could feel. The world narrowed to a path that never should be walked by a boy alone. James's breath arrived as a warning before his words did. He saw the shape of what would happen if nothing changed, saw it whole, saw it plain, and the sight burned away every scrap of pride still clinging to the dare. He ran, not in the way boys race to win, in the way people move when they mean to stop harm with their body if they must. His hand found Severus's shoulder at the last possible step. "No," he said, with the authority of a door that knows why it exists. "Not this." The air bucked. The tree woke like a startled animal, and then settled, denied its part in a story it had not asked to host. Severus spun, saw James, saw the path he'd been on, understood too much and too little at once. Anger rose like heat over cold ground. Pride, singed, looked for a place to stand. He shook off the hand that had saved him and found a sentence sharp enough to carry away, the sort people keep for years because it explains pain and not truth. Sirius arrived next and saw his own reflection in a pane that had caught the scene. A boy too quick to be clever, too bright to be kind. His stomach went light and then heavy. He began and did not finish because there was no ending that would be anything but smaller than the mistake. Remus came last, not from reluctance, from doing checks no one else would think to do. Door, latch, line of sight, because craft is the only apology that pays forward. No curses flew, no blows landed, only breaths, too many and too fast, in a field that had asked for respect and been given a near ruin instead. Severus left in a direction that promised witnesses and told the boys, without looking back, what justice would require. James did not follow to argue. He stood and absorbed the weight of what had not happened and what almost had, which is sometimes heavier. The ledger opened. Adults who prefer order to thunder wrote the kind of lines that stay read. Questions asked in steady voices, answers given without embroidery. Who spoke first? Who listened least? Who stopped it? Who must be kept at a distance from certain doors until good sense grows old enough to hold the key. The words punishment and consequence are cousins. The school chose the one that teaches. Sirius learned the cost in a room with 4 chairs and 1 window. He did not defend the dare. He did not defend himself. He said, "It was mine," and meant it. He said, "It was wrong," and meant that too. The master in charge did not soften. "When you are bright," she said, "you must also be exact. You will make yourself exact here." Here meant hours of work that would never be seen, work that makes a place safer for people who do not know your name. James learned a quieter cost. The knowledge that a faster word would have spared the night its shudder. He left with less swagger and more schedule. He wrote 3 letters in his head he would never send, one that apologized, one that explained, one that promised to do better. He kept none of them. He made a timetable instead and held himself to it, which is the letter that matters. Remus learned the shape of forgiveness he could live with. Not a wave of the hand, not a speech, a redrawn line, a slower trust, a watchfulness that gave Sirius room to repair without leaving others at risk. He spoke 1 sentence to the group, by the fire. We build back with work. It sounded simple. It was the tallest order. Peter learned what belonging is not. It is not silence when someone is about to be harmed. It is not laughter that hides fear of being the odd one out. He practiced a new courage. two words spoken earlier. Don't wait. Small phrases that in the right minute are stronger than a spell. He wrote them on a scrap and kept the scrap until it wore thin and the words lived in his mouth without paper. The school carried on its ordinary mercy. Detentions were given with purpose. Paths were closed and then reopened after careful days. A conversation no one else heard took place on a bench at dusk between two boys who had nearly become enemies in a way neither would have liked. It was not reconciliation. It was the exchange of a rule both could respect. Do not put each other near edges for sport. That rule is dull. Dull rules keep people living long enough to learn better ones. Lily's anger chose usefulness over theater. She looked at Sirius and did not look away. You are better than the idea you listen to, she said. So be. To James, good. Late is not as good as early. Make early your habit. To Remus, a hand on the sleeve brief. To Peter, you have a good sense for weather. Speak when you feel the pressure drop. Each line planted a stake where bluster would have only stirred sand. The willow returned to being a tree that keeps its own counsel. The field forgot the footprints. The night regained its patience. Inside, the map received a new mark, written in the smallest hand. A narrow X, not for trespass, but for memory. This is where pride nearly borrowed danger's knife. The legend for that mark said nothing. The boys knew they did not stop being themselves. Sirius still laughed first, but he checked where the laugh would land. James still led, but he taught his pace to ask permission of corners. Remus still mediated, but he allowed anger to be useful when it guarded kindness. Peter still watched, but he stepped into sentences sooner. The pack went on, chastened and intact, with less appetite for spectacle and more for repair. Years later, when someone asked about the worst night at school, none of them told this story loudly. They kept it low and exact, as it had to be kept, because the point was not the fright. The point was the line that held because someone put a hand out and said no in Knights do not forgive, but they do let you try again if you learn the right lesson. They learned it. They paid for it. They carried it. After a loud mistake, repair speaks softly. Days resumed their ordinary colors, ink, red, stone, but the boys moved as if the edges of everything had been sanded finer. No one declared a new era. They stacked small, useful hours until the shape of their friendship felt sound again underhand. Sirius learned to let a grin pass through him without landing when the room was not ready for shine. He still joked, but he measured where laughter would fall first. If the line would strike pride before it lifted spirits, he swallowed it and found a better one later. In the workshops of consequence, he asked for the least visible jobs and did them exact. Scrubbing ash from hearth brick until the brick approved, stitching a torn library strap so it would hold 5 more years without applause. He did not hurry forgiveness from others or from himself. He hurried only toward craft. James turned leadership into schedule and stayed with it when no one watched. He stood second in queues he could have moved to the front of, a private discipline that taught his feet patience. He spoke fewer declarations and more invitations. Walk with me, try it first, you take the middle, I'll watch the side. When temper rose, he borrowed a trick from the lake and decided to reflect, not multiply. He wrote in a small book the sort of notes captains keep, who needs a break before they ask, which corridor eats time when you're tired, where the day gets thin if we do not feed it. Remus chose a careful mercy that neither excused nor condemned. He redrew borders and kept to them himself, certain subjects left alone until repair had made room for them. Certain nights planned with wider margins so no one would be tempted to sprint. He let anger do the work it is for, guarding the threshold, then sent it off duty. will be judged by how we behave when no one else is shaky anymore," he said once at the fire. The sentence felt heavier than it sounded. They all picked up a corner. Peter felt the tug of war where belonging lives. He wanted the warmth of forgiving quickly and the sturdiness of forgiving well. He practiced a new steadiness by putting his hands on humble things, inventorying oil for hinges, knowing, without looking, which broom has the good spine, keeping the spare copy of notes for anyone who needed them, and pretending the second copy had always existed. He spoke 2 words earlier, as he had promised himself: careful, when sparks jumped. Enough, when jokes sought an edge. The words landed like hands on a table that had begun to wobble. The table steadied. The map learned contrition too. It dimmed when mischief asked it to turn cleverness into spectacle. It brightened when kindness required an extra turn of knowledge. They added a legend mark that none of them liked to draw. A small square with a ring through it. Pause here. Decide again. That mark appeared more often for a while. Then, less. They did not erase the old ones. Work took on the grain of maintenance rather than conquest. In the tower, they tuned the hour between lessons so it could carry more weight. Cups set out, lamps trimmed to the page's comfort, windows cracked to let the fire breathe. In the hall, they returned cutlery with a precision that signals respect for the hands who wash it next. In the corridors, they set right what their own hurried feet had skewed in earlier months. Rugs pulled straight, a scuff cleaned where a heel had boasted. The castle grows fond of boys who repair what they once made ragged. With Severus, quiet law replaced provocation. They did not seek one another, and when paths crossed there were no coins to slide. James gave space and eyes-down nods that said, "We will not play with cliffs." Sirius kept his brightness out of the tinder. Remus acknowledged good work as if reading from a ledger. One fair entry, then on. Peter found that a steady "after you" can close a chapter better than any argument, and used it like a small, dependable charm. Lily's gaze did the rest, a level that made both sets of shoulders settle. Detentions grew rarer by arithmetic, not luck. The cost of a poor choice measured in hours that might have been used for better repair sat heavily enough to change behavior. When a red line did appear in the week, they met it not with sullenness, but with competence. The caretaker's cat approved sooner. The careful professor found fewer notes to make on their ledgers. "Exactness suits you," she said once, and it felt like a medal handed out in work clothes. On evenings when the old appetite for dares began to wake, they fed it with tasks that wanted the same fuel and paid it back rightly. Mapping draft lines through the attics so winter's edge could be blunted, cataloging which rooms sing on windy nights so frightened first years might be spared long-did explanations, learning to send messages by pattern rather than words when fog steals distance. The thrill shifted from risk to mastery. The body cannot tell the difference. The conscience can, and slept better. They rehearsed apology without speeches. James's was punctuality, and showing up for the unfun parts. Sirius's was precision where he once preferred blaze. Remus's was hospitality, making space for someone to be wrong, and then right without a crowd watching the journey. Peter's was reliability repeated until no one thought to doubt him. Apologies offered this way do not impress. They The next full moon came and passed like a well-made hinge, present in its motion, silent in its swing. The pack ran the careful route and came home with fewer checks needed and more easy breath left over. Remus let the sweetness decide the hour again, and it chose sooner. James labeled 3 new map stars and smiled with the quiet pride that replaces swagger when a boy grows. Sirius lay on the rug and practiced keeping still while happy, which is a harder skill than most admit. Peter refilled the jug before anyone asked. Some nights, the old scrape with Severus tried to remember itself. It found little purchase. A remark aimed beneath the belt turned into a line about belt buckles not holding shine. A corridor that might have trapped laughter into mockery became a place where Lily said, "Not here," and the boys thanked her by obeying before their faces knew they had agreed. Thorns existed. Feet learned where not to step. Teachers noticed the change in the way teachers notice by how little they were needed to correct. Assignments came back tidy sooner. Group work sorted itself without a broom being waved. The house ghost ceased hovering near the boys' table at study hour because there was nothing to report that would amuse the dead. The head of house, who keeps praise like gold, placed one hand on the back of James's chair in passing and did not speak. That touch lasted longer than a speech would have. Peter, who had feared being the fourth wheel, discovered he was often the first hand on the kit, on the latch, on the page where the right sentence waited. He grew a pride that did not need witnesses and therefore attracted better ones. When Sirius flashed heat too close to tinder, Peter's careful arrived in time more often. When James nearly hurried a choice, Peter's weight shaved off the worst inch. When Remus carried more than he meant to, Peter set down something of his own until the balance returned. This is leadership too. They did not become dull. They became tuned. Mischief remained, but it preferred puzzles to people. Joy remained, but it preferred cups and chairs to crowds and cliffs. The map remained, but it preferred to answer whispers, not shouts. Their circle held, smaller at the surface, stronger under it, like rope that has been braided tighter after strain. One evening by the lake, with wind in a kindly mood, the four revisited the old coin in memory. No speech, each set his own rule to keep. James, early truth, never late rescue. Sirius, brightness in jars until the hour allows pouring. Remus, mercy with borders. Peter, speak before the edge, not after the fall. They did not swear, they nodded. The lake flattened itself to mirror the nods, and then wrinkled back into being water. Repair is not drama, it is repetition. In the weeks that followed, repetition wrote them truer. The castle gave its approval in the only currency that matters: fewer hard nights, more smooth hours, a hum at the south wall that arrived exactly when expected. They slept easier, not from forgetting, but from having learned how to carry the memory without scratching the day. The parchment reached its right size, the way bread reaches its right rise, quietly under a cloth, because hands had been steady, no fanfare. One evening the four unfolded it and found that nothing more asked to be added, and everything already there breathed in time with the castle. The lamps made small halos on the table. The sand bottle held the corner, as it always did. The page looked back at them like a friend who finally knows all your roots and still wishes you well. James traced the main corridors with a fingertip, not to admire, to confirm. Stairs bowed in the soft curved stone insists on distance. Distance was honest. Junctions wore names that tired eyes could hear. He smiled the way a craftsman smiles when a line lands square. It will get people where they mean to go, he said, which is the highest praise a map can earn. Sirius coaxed the breathing charms awake, and the ink answered like a cat that agrees to be stroked. No purrs, just a satisfied lean. A watchman's linger became a pulse, not a secret. A draft's turn became a thread, not a trumpet. He brightened and then remembered his jar and turned the brightness down, letting satisfaction be the light. The map glowed, as much as the hour needed, and no. Remus read the manners he had laid into the page. Ask, don't pry. Help, don't boast. The map obeyed the house rules that hold a school together when tired people share stone. If a hall grew crowded, the ink dimmed there rather than tempting clever feet to squeeze through. If a door misbehaved, the mark near it swelled politely. Pause, treat it kindly. It will answer. He set the quill down and let his hands rest, which is how you tell a tool you trusted. Peter tested legibility with the worst conditions on purpose. Low lamp, ink-smudged thumb, sleeve in the way. He followed tiny arrows by touch more than sight and reached exactly the bench the lines promised. He folded and refolded the parchment along its taut creases until it disappeared into a sleeve any student might carry. When he slid it out again, it remembered itself at once. "Ready," he said, and meant the map and the four of them both. They added refuges as a kindness to future breath. A small cup inked, where water always sits clean. A lamp drawn with a ring around it, where the second height makes reading easier than the first. A bench sketched where the sun finds an old stone at 10 in the morning in winter and turns it into courage. Along the bottom margin, Remus wrote, in fine script, "For care and for rest," and no one argued with the order of the words. Limits were inked as firmly as passages. A soft grey over the willows field said, "Do not ask here." A quiet X near the boathouse meant, "This is a place for adults to do adult work. Leave it." A narrow ring circled the stairs that grow wicked in storms. The legend read only, "Kind feet," which any sensible soul knows means fewer, slower, lighter. They felt relief writing these borders, the way hands feel relief setting a fence that keeps sheep from cliffs. They tried the page as boys and as caretakers both. As boys, a shortcut that spared them a bottleneck before class without stealing minutes from anyone else. A tucked corner by a window where a joke could be told softly. As caretakers, a detour for a group of first years when a corridor started telling stories too loud. A path that put a tired prefect in the way of a problem before the problem thought to become one. The map did not make them clever. It made their care efficient. They resisted the showy uses that make a legend and wreck a trust. No ambushes, no grand vanishings for applause. Staff were never made into sport. If someone in authority paused too long at a hinge, the ink dimmed. Privacy is part of safety. If a patrol turned where a prankster's heart might beat faster, the parchment cooled until mischief remembered there are windows for that kind of weather, and this one is shut. When the castle changed its mind, the map learned and did not sulk. The stair repaired over a weekend grew a new voice. The line shifted to catch it. A portrait's frame was moved, and gossip stopped pooling there. The icon faded. In summer, a door swelled and needed a gentle shove. The legend near it read, "Two hands, one patience." In winter, the same door shrank and wanted only the knob, considered as if it had feelings. The map let seasons write their edits and kept no score. They practiced handing it off and taking it back as if it were a relay, not a trophy. James taught the page his breath so that, should he be gone, it would still oblige the tone he had trained into the halls. Sirius taught it to forgive speed that is used to help, not to show off. Remus taught it that no one voice owns it. The first good question asked always wins. Peter taught it to answer to the gentlest tap, the kind a thin night can spare. Lily knew of the thing without needing to see it. She saw its fruits instead. Fewer lost looks, more on-time arrivals, less needless crowding where younger students panic. She met James's eye once after a knot unknotted itself in a corridor and lifted the corner of her mouth, approval pinned to no performance. She handed Remus a bottle of better ink in passing and said, "For your neat hand," and he accepted it as if the gift were to a habit, not a secret. They christened no one with the map. It was never a crown. only a tool. When a younger student asked, "How do you always know the easy way?" James answered, "We walk early," which was true. When a teacher wondered aloud why the night felt tedious this term, Sirius said, "Someone's been oiling the hinges," which was also true. When Peter was thanked for having a copy of an outline at the right moment, he said, "I like copies," which was truest of all. The last edition was a tiny box in the top corner, written in the language of calm instructions. If you are lost, breathe slower. If you are frightened, seek light and listen for round sounds. If the ink grows dim, wait. Corridors have moods. If you mean kindness, the page will help. They set a dot beneath the words where a signature would go. No names. The work spoke for itself. That night, they folded the parchment and hid it where useful things like to live near, ordinary, within reach of the hand that is thinking of other matters. Then they tested the castle without it on purpose. They found their way by craft and by memory, and by listening to the building's old hum. Everything they had taught the page, they had also taught themselves. That is why the map mattered less as an object now that it was complete. The skill had moved into their bone. The page would pass to other hands one day, and the boys did not try to write instructions for those hands beyond the box they'd already given. Buildings teach new people in their own tongues. What the four had done was tune an instrument and leave it in tune. The castle seemed to approve, south wall humming its round note at the exact breath it always chooses, lamps accepting their trimming, doors answering yes with a sound that makes the ribs relax. They did not celebrate. They put the kettle on, poured 4 cups and set 2 extra out of habit. They spoke of lessons and of brooms and of a sandwich that had been better than expected. They let the satisfaction sit like a warm stone in a pocket. Work that will hold should be allowed to feel ordinary. The map lay folded by Remus's elbow, breathing lightly, as if asleep and ready to wake if called by the right kind of need. The last spring drew itself out like a good goodbye. No rush, only the sense that every corridor was trying to teach one more small thing before letting go. Exams smelled of ink and time. Trunks opened their square mouths and asked to be packed with the new patience people had learned for themselves. The lake kept perfect faces of sky for a week, and then, as if to spare the place a scene, grew ordinary again. They made rounds the way caretakers do. James checked the doors he had grown fond of for the right sounds and found them all saying yes. Sirius walked the long stair that had given him speed and learned to descend it slowly, a practice he could take into rooms that would not love brightness yet. Remus sat in the chair by the window that had held his quieter nights and taught his breath the new view out rather than in. Peter folded the blanket from the arm of the good chair and laid it in the chest where good things wait for the next person to need them. The castle met their habits with its own. South wall humming on time, portraits pretending not to look as they looked, a suit of armor lifting its visor a polite finger's width and then remembering dignity. Teachers set papers down with an economy born of long gilds, comments short and true, praise in the places where craft had started to carry itself. No speeches were required for those who listen while rooms talk. Lily's path and James's path braided without flourish. He had learned to lead by stepping sideways. She had learned to be followed without having to raise a hand. Their talk had the sound of a plan that had stopped needing to prove it was a plan. Quiet hours, clear work, kindness that does not spend itself for applause. On a morning that smelled of rain, she handed him a list of practical matters: ink, rent, bread. And he said, yes, as if the word were a vow that likes chores. Sirius wrote a letter he did not post, and then packed it under shirts, as if packing were a kind of posting. He would go where his name was not a key hung on an old hook in an old hall. He would make doors that opened for the right reasons. He practiced saying thank you to plain rooms and found that the words fit. The map would not be his to carry, but the way of walking would be. Remus stood between worlds and did not lie to either. He polished the truth, not to hide it, to make it easier to hold. Work would be uneven. Warmth would need to be guarded the way lamps need to be trimmed. He took a notebook shaped like the map and filled it with pages that had no lines yet, space to draw the routes he would find when the world asked for the old bravery in new streets. Peter felt the strange tug of adrift and useful at once. He had become first-hand to quiet things, and the world outside likes noise. He kept what the school had given him: exact cups, straight lines, copies in the sleeve that save a day. He told himself a sentence that clicked when he said it: "I am reliable," which is a kind of bright. The sentence did not shout. It warned. They gathered at the lake for a last small inventory. The code they had written without noticing it sat between them like a folded cloth, familiar in the hand. Early truth, never late rescue. Brightness in jars until the hour allows pouring. Mercy with borders, spith before the edge, not after the fall. Keep tools simple. Make maps that help breath. Leave rooms better tuned than found. None of these sounded like a banner. All of them sounded like a way to live. The map, fully itself now, did not beg to be honored. It lay folded and waited. They added nothing to it, but a tiny dot by the box of calm instructions. A patient period at the end of a long sentence. James slid it where future hands would find it by instinct, near paper, near lamps, near the habit of asking for help kindly. Sirius tapped the folded edge once, fond, as if patting the shoulder of a younger cousin who will do well. Remus said thank you, without moving his mouth. Peter checked the crease and made sure it would open without tearing. Farewells were practical, where possible. A list of hinges that like a half-turn before winter. A note for a younger student about the stare that eats a step on foggy mornings. A book left open on the page that always saves time. Lily traced the rim of a cup with one finger, as if sealing in heat, and then set it down where a tired person would find it. The head of house said, "Go on then," with the tone that says stay decent. Trains do not care for sentiment. That is why they are good at leaving. The platform knitted steam into the old scarf it wraps around people who are beginning. Hands waved as long as arms could stand it, and then fell to laps, a gesture that always looks like planning. The castle did not shrink in the window. It kept its size, which is how you know a place has taken your measure without taking your shape. On the ride, they spoke logistics over biscuits, addresses, paydays, where to meet if the world went thin. The talk did not fear the word war but refused to give it the front seat. When the carriage grew quiet, James drew a small square in the fog on the window and labeled it with a dot. Pause here. Decide again. Sirius leaned his head to the glass and let patience climb into him, the way ivy takes a wall when the wall permits. Remus closed his eyes for 10 breaths and opened them on the same promise. Peter checked the bag with the copies and found it closed and good. They had kept the code long enough for it to keep them back. That is the trick of rules worth carrying. They become habits, which become rooms, which become shelter. The train took its long breath, and the rails wrote their metal sentences. The four listened, each to their next road, each with the map inside their hands, even when their pockets were empty. Outside, fields turned, then cities, then the uncertain edge where home begins. Inside, cups cooled, and the second sip, for once, tasted exactly the same as the first, the flavor of work already put to use. The world outside school had its own corridors, and some of them were badly lit. Posters gathered on walls as if they could hold back weather. Letters arrived with polite stamps and heavy sentences. People began to stand closer to windows at night and to set teacups down with more attention than cups require. Even laughter learned to glance over its shoulder before it crossed a room. The four did not stop being themselves. They learned new places to set those selves down. James found work that asked him to organize chaos without letting chaos organize him. He wore responsibility the way a good coat wears. Rain beads gathered and slid away. The cloth beneath stayed warm. Lily's lists grew longer and kinder. Together they built days that did not break when news did. Their table became a small harbor for others whose hands shook and did not want. Sirius went where his feet could be of use quickly. Doors opened that had never liked his name and then learned to like his work. He kept brightness in a jar and poured it with care. Where rooms needed to remember what courage feels like, he wrote shorter letters than he meant to and folded them as if the folding were part of the message. Safe, square, meant to arrive. He laughed less loudly and more well. Remus moved along edges where care has to travel without attracting attention. He learned to weigh a street before he walked it. He learned to borrow warmth from strangers with a word and to leave twice as much warmth behind. He did not make a banner of his quiet. He made a craft of it. On maps that were not theirs, he drew breath marks the way he always had. Here is where a person can stand and hear themselves think. Peter felt the squeeze that comes when circles harden. He wanted to be necessary and to be safe, and the two wishes pulled in opposite directions on too many days. He stacked tasks, the way he once stacked parchment, neat, precise, useful. When fear pressed, he pressed back with competence. Some nights, competence did not feel like enough. He told no one. He promised himself more. Promises spoken only inward are difficult to keep and stubborn to break. The air itself seemed to change. In places that had once smelled of bread, ash became a guest. On streets that had once kept regular hours, footsteps hurried without rhythm. Knocks grew coded. Lamps were shaded. People began to speak in sentences that could survive being overheard. James learned to answer a door with his shoulders at the right height. Not a challenge, not an invitation. A hinge that moves only as far as safety asks. Messages became the new map. Some were carried by ordinary post with extraordinary care. Some traveled by hand with the route broken into harmless errands. Some were only glances across a room that had already been measured by calm eyes. The old blueprint of corridors had taught the four a way of seeing. Now they used it on cities and safe houses and kitchens that held more names than cups. There were bright hours even here. A kettle whistling on time. A joke told too early and forgiven because the voice was familiar. A cat choosing a lap. A door that stuck yesterday and opened today at a polite push. Lily kept a book open to a page that helped new hands do difficult work without shame. James kept the schedule that fed stamina instead of fire. Sirius kept a lookout on the kind of corner where lookout is a kindness. Remus kept a chair by a lamp trimmed to the second height, the one that lets tired eyes pretend the world is simpler for a little while. Peter kept copies. He always kept copies. They learned to leave rooms as they found them, and also a little stronger. A bolt oiled, a loose board lifted and reset. A phrase written on the inside of a cupboard door where only someone who needed it would see. Breathe slower. Count 8. Open on the count. The war did not reward elegance, but it respected order. Order owes time. Time saved people. Fear attempted tricks. It offered speed when patience was required. It offered safety that cost too much of the self. It offered anger dressed as justice. The four kept their old rules as if the school had asked them to show their work. Early truth, never late rescue. brightness in jars, mercy with borders, speak before the edge. They failed sometimes, as people do. When they did, they repaired in smaller circles and went out again with less noise and more skill. There were losses. The story keeps its promises in that direction too. They are not for dwelling on here. They are for naming softly elsewhere. What matters to this hour is how the days bent around the holes and kept their shape as best they could. A chair left empty became a place to set bread for guests. A laugh missing from a room became a cue for someone to tell a worse joke and be thanked for it. The living learned to carry the gone without turning into ghosts themselves. When the work turned sharp, they remembered the lake's lesson. Choose the fold, not the open sprint, if the fold brings you home with your name intact. Safe houses were arranged like sentences with soft endings. Exits were taught to new feet in daylight. Children were given tasks that made them part of the calm machine. Count the mugs, watch the kettle, call if the lamp flickers twice. Purpose quiets panic. Panic likes to Lily and James's small kitchen became a diagram of care. Hooks exactly where hands would reach. A note by the door that said, "Take water," because people forget when they think of larger things. A list of who might come by and what they like in their tea so that hospitality could be muscle memory when nerves were thin. Laughter there had a lower ceiling and a wider floor. It spread without rising to a pitch the night could hear. Sirius came and went by routes no one else needed to know. He learned which corners of the city belonged to the wind and which belonged to ears. He took pride in being expected yesterday and arriving today with exactly what was needed and none of what was not. He saw the hardening in friends and the brittleness in strangers and tried to be the hinge that moved instead of the bolt that stuck. Every craft makes its own humility. His did it more often now. Remus kept taking the far benches and the last watches and the jobs that require being spoken to harshly, without taking the harshness home. He wrote in a small book the kind of instructions that keep a soul from fraying. Mend this before it rips, sleep even when you do not want to, be brave in slow ways. He became a tutor to fear, teaching it to sit at the edge rather than in the center chair. Peter chased usefulness with a hunger that left little room for sleep. Praise found him sometimes and did not stick. He cut corners between errands the way boys cut across lawns when no one is looking. He told himself corners are only smaller arcs of circles, and sometimes that was true. Nights grew longer. He added locks to his door and told himself it was because keys are a kind of craft. Keys are a kind of craft. They are not always a kind mercy. The air changed, and then changed again. There were days when the wind smelled like victory and turned out only to be weather. There were days when the sky had the color of surrender, and it was just rain taking its time. The four learned to measure progress by cups poured, meals eaten all the way through, letters safely burned, a child who slept. Small proofs carried like warm stone. If the old map had been with them, it would have dimmed at the edges and brightened at the center where human work holds. They carried that brightness themselves instead. War teaches strange arithmetic. Kindness multiplied in corners counts more than cleverness shouted across squares. They did the math day after day, and it kept enough of the world intact for the next page to be worth turning. Some houses are only walls and weather. Some learn a second craft, keeping a truth so well that even the street forgets it. The little house on a quiet lane practiced that craft. Curtains hung with ordinary care. A kettle learned the exact whistle that calms. Floorboards remembered where to bend and where to hold. On the mantel, a clock with a kind face kept time as if time were a friend who needs gentle reminders. The choice came wrapped in good reasons and bad possibilities. The war had taught them that distance is not always far off, and locks are not always strong enough. There is a charm that does not harden doors. It folds a place into a person, and the place is safe as long as the person is. The idea sounded simple when spoken by a steady voice. In the room it was heavier than furniture. James listened first, the way he had learned to listen to corridors and crowds. He set his shoulders to their careful height. Lily measured the windows as if light itself might be asked to sign a promise. They both held the thought with their hands before they held it with their mouths. Safety had stopped being a speech. It had become a recipe. Measure, stir, test, serve at the hour when strength is highest. A friend would be made a door. The agreement asked for trust that does not blink when tired and does not break when frightened. Sirius looked at the mantel clock, and then at the latch, and then at the cheerful rug that makes feet behave. A secret that lives in a person is warmer than one that lives in a wall, he said, and meant it. Warmth can burn if held wrong. He knew that. Remus read the fine print in the air. A secret this size needs borders drawn with a patient hand. Who speaks it? Who learns it? When silence is safety and when it becomes a stone in the chest that steals breath. He set out cups and sat at the angle that tells a room we are thinking together, not arguing. Choose, he said, for the hour after midnight as well as the hour at noon. Peter felt the gravity of it in his thumbs, the way he always feels strain first in small joints. To be made into a box that carries a house. To be trusted like that. The wish to be necessary pressed hard. The wish to be safe pressed harder. He poured tea without spilling and said nothing. Sometimes, silence is good manners. Sometimes it is indecision in its neatest coat. They measured candidates against the quiet code that had kept them so far. Early truth, borders on mercy, brightness poured when asked. Speak before the edge. The house itself offered opinions in the way houses do. Sound traveled kindly from kitchen to hall. The front step made a person slower in a good way. The nursery window asked for a curtain that would keep moonlight from making promises it cannot keep. Every test said the same thing. The craft will work. The work will test character. There were maps on the table that did not look like maps. A list of names that would stand nearer if the door in a person's chest swung inward and let them. A second list of names that must not be told, not because they were unworthy, because the more a secret travels, the more it frays. A third list with only 2 items. Supplies that keep a long day from snapping, soap that does not sting eyes, bread that cuts without crumbling. Lily turned the conversation with the skill she used on hot kettles and sharp knives. The charm is a tool, she said. We must decide what kind of people we will be while using it. Not door makers alone, neighbors who still wave, parents who still read the same page twice because the voice on the first reading trembled, hosts who treated a knock like a question, not a threat, until the hour said otherwise. They did not rush. They walked the lane at dusk and listened to how feet sound on the paving. Friend, stranger, rain. They opened and closed the windows and read the breeze for gossip. They checked the back gate until the gate felt known and was, in that, less likely to betray. They folded tiny shirts in a room that smelled of soap and new sleep and decided that anything done here must be done with the kind of care that notices a crooked button before it becomes a cold draft. When talk came back to names, the room grew still, the way rooms do when the right subject has finally arrived. Sirius's name lay on the table like a bright coin that has paid for many things already and still shines. Responsibility wanted to land on him. He wanted to let it. Remus's name lay there too, quiet, with a strength that prefers to be spent on watches at the edge. James and Lily looked at each other, and then at the clock, and then at the cradle, and then at the door. Doubt is not disloyalty. It is the inspection that keeps a bridge from falling. They asked it to walk the room. What happens if the bearer is taken? What happens if the bearer is tricked? What happens if fear borrows the bearer's voice? The answers were not comfortable. They were necessary. The charm is perfection on parchment, and a tension line on the heart in practice. Peter's hands stayed careful on cups. He found the extra blanket without being told. He made sure the ink would not run if a letter had to be written quickly. Inside, a small voice that had longed to be central asked to be heard. It made reasons that sounded like bravery and felt like relief. He pressed his lips together and looked like a boy being thoughtful. He was a man in a narrow corridor with doors on both sides and no time to read the plaques. At last they chose the next right act. Make the house ready for the secret before the secret is chosen. The charm would be laid when the day matched it. Until then, borders would be practiced so that when magic arrived, it would be a continuation, not a replacement, of the habits already keeping them. Hooks exactly where they belong. Keys that know their owners by how they are held. Roots that fit the pushchair and the midnight step. They set times for the decision and agreed to walk toward it without speeches. 3 days of doing the work as if the charm were already in place, so each candidate could feel the weight honestly and see if it sat right. In those 3 days, the house performed its quiet miracles. The kettle never shocked the hand. The door knew when to be stubborn. The clock refused to hurry the hour when patience needed to ripen. On the third evening, rain softened the lane and made neighbors' windows into small, kind planets. The house had been measured and found willing. The people had been measured and found responsible enough to ask. The charm who would carry it would be decided with the same calm that had kept them thus far, not by daring alone, not by fear, disguised as prudence, but by the old arithmetic, who can be exact at midnight and ordinary at noon, both without applause. They blew out a lamp and left one burning low. The house listened to their breaths and kept the creaks to itself. A secret is safest when folded into a life that already knows how to fold linen and lists and maps. Tomorrow would ask for a name. Tonight had asked for readiness. They had given it. Night keeps score in small sounds. The house with its secret had learned the rhythm of its keepers. James's easy stride, Lily's purposeful hush, the soft shuffle of blankets, the drum of a baby's sudden foot against air. Another pattern began to visit. Footsteps that paused one beat too long at the gate. Breath held as if the lane could overhear. Keys gripped tighter than keys require. Fear can teach a body new music. So can long. Peter walked careful routes those days, the ones that make a person look ordinary. Market, post, a friend's door answered on the chain. He kept lists, he kept copies, he kept to shadows when rain made streets show more than they should. He stacked usefulness like plates and listened for the sound they make when they are about to slip. He was needed. He made sure of it. Needed and safe. He told himself, and the words took turns being true. The decision about the secret had been made, not loudly, not without inspection. A name had been spoken in a room that knew how to keep words warm, without letting them burn. Paper had held ink that dried with the patience of old oaths. Wands had moved in slow arcs that respected thresholds. The house folded itself into a person like a letter into an envelope. It was a craft, and it worked. After, the air changed in a way only the careful notice. Neighbors looked straight at the little house, and noir only air. Postmen stepped past the gate and checked their bag for a letter that was not there and never had been there. Cats sat on the step and washed a paw. and found no door beneath it. Inside, the clock kept its kind face, and a kettle whistled at the same milepost on the road to Boyle. Safety felt like a good coat, not a shield, a habit. Footsteps elsewhere learned different routes. Some came closer with kindness. Some came closer with hunger. News traveled faster than bread. Doors were asked to explain themselves. Windows were asked to pick a side. In narrow rooms where names are weighed, Peter's name began to acquire a gravity that pulled hard. It is a strange thing to be the person who holds a door the world cannot see. It is a stranger thing to be asked to prove it, again and again, until proving becomes a kind of weather. He grew 2 sets of steps. One set knew the cracks in the pavement between safe house and shop, counted without counting. The other set learned corridors where voices changed color and locked tongues were prized, rooms where the edges of promises were touched like teeth. He told himself he was still walking toward the same center. Friends, safety, survival. He told himself he was collecting weather, keeping storms off the porch. He told himself many things. The telling took more time each night. Betrayal does not arrive as a trumpet. It arrives as a foot turned down a wrong hole, because the wrong hole is lit and the right one is dark, and you are tired of stubbing toes. It arrives as the thought that begins just this once and ends with a room becoming air. It arrives as a knock you answer, knowing what the knock means, and hoping that knowing will somehow change the meaning. It arrives as ink drying on a page where a hand has drawn a map from fear to relief and called it necessary. On the night it happened, rain makes the memory kind. Rain softens edges, tucks sound into sleeves, gives even mistakes the privacy they do not deserve. There were streets, and a corner where lamplight leaned like a tired man, and a door that was too easy to open for how hard it would be to shut again. There were sentences spoken in a steady voice because the mouth had practiced them, and a nod from someone who collects nods, and a weight lifted from the chest the way a stone lifts when one hand lets go and another takes hold. Relief is a poor carpenter. It builds crooked. The house did not stir. Houses that keep secrets do not feel the breaking until it reaches the hinges. Peter's steps coming away from the other door were the lightest he had ever made, as if the floor might cry out if he admitted what he had done. He walked like a boy who had hid a bad report in the lining of his coat and hoped to learn a charm before morning that would turn the letters kind. He walked like a man who has used a key on a lock that will never again trust the hand that used it. No one saw him wash his hands longer than hands need washing. No one saw him fold a list into a list into a list as if paper could keep guilt from showing through. No one heard him practice a sentence that contained the word must and did not contain the word chose. The rain kept those steps for itself and for the old stones that remember everything without gossiping. In the quiet before consequence, small kindnesses still performed their roles. A cup was set where a waking mother would find it. A blanket was warmed by a fire that had learned every hour of care. A window was latched against drafts that only bother children. The clock on the mantel moved its hands in the same faithful way. The world loves to remain itself 1 second longer than a moment deserves. That is mercy and also the reason we are so often surprised. Elsewhere, boots were lifted. Elsewhere, a plan unfolded that had waited for the angle of a key in the mind of a frightened friend. Elsewhere, green would find a window. We do not watch that here. This is a room where steps are counted and choices are weighed, and the sound of rain gives one last soft cover to a person who has moved his feet the wrong way. What matters to this telling is how the line was crossed, not with fireworks, with habit turned the wrong direction, not with hatred, with fear that asked to be fed first. not with cunning, with competence bent toward the easiest relief. What matters is that a boy who once kept water jugs where a hand could find them in the dark, placed a door where the dark could find it instead. The map in him, a good map once, was folded badly under weather he would not name. When footsteps bring ruin, other footsteps must learn new work. James's would try to outrun a night no one can outrun. Lily's would carry a child and a vow. Sirius's would spend years paying a debt that was not entered in any honest ledger. Remus's would walk the long perimeter of loyalty and grief, keeping vigil where there is nothing left to guard but the idea of what they had been. For now, only the count matters. A turn, a pause, a breath, a door, and then the slow return, quiet as guilt and not half so useful. Rain pinned the evening closed. Somewhere, a clock kept time for a house that had been folded into the wrong chest. Somewhere, a pair of shoes were set neatly beside a bed by hands that did not tremble. The night accepted all of it and began to change color. Night arrived like a letter slid under a door, quiet, thin, heavy with what it did not say. Wind moved in the hedges and found the weak note in a loose picket. Inside, the house kept its gentle habits. A kettle set where hands could find it in the dark. A blanket folded in a way that remembers which side is warmer. A clock that never scolded the hour. The rooms did not know there was a map drawn elsewhere that pointed at their walls. Glass holds two truths, inside and out, until something faster than sense chooses one. A pane trembled. A draft learned the layout in a single breath. Somewhere a latch pretended to be stout, and then remembered it. It only wood taught to behave. The house tried to be small. Houses are brave in that way. The night asked the wrong question, answered. There was a light that does not belong to lamps. We will not stay with it. We will not turn it into a picture. The sound that followed had the dull roundness of a cup dropped from a low shelf, shock wearing soft shoes. A chair tipped and did not fall. A curtain leapt and then lay still. A toy rolled half a turn and remembered a hand that would not come just then. In the air, sweetness that should have been tea became something like metal and rain. A baby woke and did not understand why the room had changed its manners. Small arms reached for the shape that means safe. That shape arrived, sure and swift, and made itself a wall you can carry. A voice spoke that word. Voices keep for children when rooms go wrong. There, until the syllables become a bridge. Footsteps chose the path that love always chooses, the one that is shorter than fear thinks it is. In another room, a photograph on a mantle learned to rock, as if pictures could be seasick. A clock finished a minute and started another, because that is what clocks are for. A door that had opened 100 times for parcels and neighbors and evenings stood open again and let weather in. Weather always wants to help and never knows how. Outside, the lane kept its secrets the way rain keeps the smell of stone close. A cat refused to run, which is a kind of courage. Far windows did their polite work of pretending to be brighter than they were. Near at hand, a garden pot cracked along a hairline that must have been waiting, as if to say even clay hears when nights change color. In the middle of it all, a promise made long ago did what promises do, held shape even while hands shook, arms carried, feet found stairs. The house tried to remember its kinder noises and could not, so it gave none at all, which is sometimes better. A blanket learned to be a sail, a hallway learned to be a tunnel, a door learned to close with a round, faithful sound. We do not number the broken things. We do not rehearse the moments that would only bruise again in the telling. It is enough to say that a green that belongs to no garden passed through and left a cold weather nothing should know from inside. It is enough to say that where laughter had practiced, quiet now stood, not empty, only stunned. The baby, wide-eyed, warm, angry at the wrongness of the air, settled when the wrongness moved farther away. The wall that carries became a lap that promises. Another pair of hands would be missing when morning tried to add itself up. That is arithmetic for another page. For this one, a heartbeat slowed because a voice would not let it gallop alone. Somewhere beyond the hedge, feet learned urgency too late. A friend ran with the speed of someone who has decided to pay any price and discovered some prices do not accept payment. Another friend would not run far. Iron would say stop in a place where the weather smells of salt and old stone. Another would stand too long in a door that the world had folded into the wrong chest and think that neat lists can hold up a sky. They cannot, not on this night. The rooms kept what they could, a cup unchipped, a blanket still warm, a chair still pointed toward a fire that wanted to be useful. The house remembered the day it had been taught to be small and tried again. Morning would walk through and count. It would carry and wash and arrange and write down names. Tonight, the best thing left to do was not make more noise than grief already makes. Wind pressed its palm to the glass and then withdrew. Rain lost interest in the lane and went to see about gutters. The clock said a new hour in the voice it saves for empty kitchens. A child slept because a body is wise even in the worst rooms. The blanket held. The door kept shut. The house lowered its shoulders and waited for a knock that would not be gentle and for hands that would be. Winter learned a new address. Stone that had once kept weather outside began to manufacture its own. The place was not built for days. It was built to measure them without mercy. Seawind took the corners first, then the middles. Keys spoke a language that did not include names. Time learned to wear a coat with no lining. Sirius arrived with the speed beaten out of him, and discovered that speed is not useful where every corridor ends in iron. The first hour was loud. The second was quiet. The third taught the art of inventory. A man counts what remains, breath, bone, jokes that can be told without witnesses, a map of memory folded to a size that fits between ribs. He put brightness into the smallest jar yet and screwed the lid down hard. He kept a single promise warm. I know what I did not do. Sound traveled strangely. Waves said the same thing over and over and over, until words lost their corners. Boots put their weight down and took it away with professional boredom. Laughter, when it appeared, came thin and left thinner. Sirius learned to make a room out of posture. He sat in the place that had the least draft and the kindest echo, and convinced his back that it leaned against a familiar chair. He named the wall after a friend, and the floor after a corridor, and the window after a lake. Imaginations are not escape hatches, they are blankets that keep a name from freezing. Remus did not visit stone. He carried another kind. Grief sets up house in ordinary rooms. It moves cups to the wrong shelves. It teaches clocks to be cruel. He learned to let the day have its chores, ink in lines, bread in slices, beds pulled tight, so the night would not own every hour. He walked streets that remembered laughter and did not correct them. The map in him, for care, for rest, added a third line he did not write down. For those who go on, letters became bridges thrown over fog. Some reached and some did not. He mastered the skill of saying everything in a small space. Still here, hot tea, you matter. When answers failed to come, he brewed tea anyway, and left the cup steaming as if steam could be a whip. A person who keeps a chair ready is not foolish. He is building weather for a return. Peter learned a mask that fit like skin. Fear, having been fed, asked to be fed again. and offered reasons with neat edges. He filed them. He cultivated smallness where smallness is not suspected, and usefulness where usefulness buys silence. He told himself the corridor he walked still led to safety, that the map had simply been redrawn by larger hands. He looked in mirrors and practiced friendly expressions until they obeyed without effort. Mirrors are poor judges. They agree with whoever stands before them. The world turned with its new arithmetic. James's name lived where bells toll. Lily's light, which had warmed kitchens and lists and plans, was carried by people who fold kindness into work. News arrived in shapes that forced breath to count itself carefully. In the spaces between, ordinary persisted because ordinary is stubborn. Bread rose, boots dried, cats chose laps, chairs remembered the angle that gives a back its courage. In the cell, Sirius practiced a tenderness that no one saw. He did not harm himself with memory. He took the sharpest pictures and set them high, to be looked at only when the hour had earned it. He took the warmest and set them low, where a tired hand could reach. He spoke aloud only to refuse the wrong stories. No, not that ending, not that guilt, not that crumpling of a name. Names need tending in cold room. On some days the sea gave him gifts. A gull's cry that sounded like a boy across a lawn. A beam of light that pretended to be the second height of a library lamp. A silence that remembered very slightly the hush of a castle after lights out, when feet are careful and hearts are clean. He put these things on a shelf and rationed them. Hope is strong tea. You dilute it or it shakes you. Remus measured seasons by repairs, fix the hinge, oil the latch, mend the strap of a satchel that will be needed again. The work kept his hands from turning into ghosts of their own. On certain nights, he sat with a cup, cooling, and said the names in a row, not as a roll call, as a spell. James, Lily, Sirius, Peter. The last sounded different in the mouth now. He said it anyway. Spells do not do their work if you leave out letters because they hurt. News about the one who had run reached him sideways, the way news does when it will not be borne directly. He did no shouting. He took a long walk on a day that smelled like rain and let the path absorb as much of the weight as it could. When he returned, he placed a fresh page in a notebook and wrote 3 lines. Keep craft, keep decency, keep watch. He underlined none of them and kept all of them. The map, folded tight and hidden by younger hands in a different age, went quiet in its drawer. It did not sadden. Tools are patient. It waited for breath that would one day need it. Papers above it learned new names and dates. Ink dried, dust settled, and was wiped away by someone who thought only of cleanliness and unknowingly touched a legacy and left it undisturbed. Years behave like a tide in such stories, sometimes rushing, sometimes pretending to be still while doing their big work underneath. Sirius counted them by the unremarkable, the angle of a shadow at a certain hour, the knock of a guard who favors his left foot, the rare dream that arrives without chains. When strength wanted to bolt or fold, he made it walk to the window and back, until it had spent its tantrum and became stamina again. Remus learned to be poor in a way that kept dignity intact. Boots mended well, coats brushed, books borrowed, and returned with a note tucked in, thanking the margin where someone had been kind. He taught when he could. He fixed things when he couldn't. Children liked him because he treated their questions as tools, not as tests. Towns watched him pass and decided he was the kind of man who does not waste a room's heat. Peter, meanwhile, perfected the art of arriving with answers no one had asked for yet. Useful early smiling. He stored favors like coins and spent them like water. In mirrors, he practiced pity for the person he saw when the pity threatened to turn to suspicion. He rewrote the story each morning with neat handwriting. Fear likes neat pages. It hides in the margins and waits for signatures. Time is not kind. It is also not vindictive. It is a medium in which character sets. In the cell, a man decided daily that he was still the sort of person who would run beside a friend when the night asked for it. In small flats and borrowed rooms, another man decided daily that his hands would keep the habits of a good house, cups, chairs, hinges, even when the house was gone. Both decisions did not change the world. They changed the men enough that when the world turned again, it would find them ready to become themselves faster than despair would prefer. One evening, years in, the sea brought a smell that did not belong to winter. Something in the light tilted. A gull laughed too close to the window. A key turned in a lock that had learned a new civility. The cell did not fall. The man inside it did. He looked at the wall he had named after a friend and said, soon, not to the wall, to the part of himself that had waited without becoming stone. Elsewhere, a boy in another time reached into a drawer for paper and found a map that breathed. Elsewhere, a cat sat on a wall and considered a road. Elsewhere, two old stories bent toward each other, preparing to remember and to argue and to forgive and to try again. Cold does not last, it only teaches. Years that seem empty are often storing kindling. Someone will strike the match. A drawer that had been taught to mind its business slid open with the easy manners of old wood. Old fingers looking for plain paper found folded history instead. The parchment woke the way well-made things wake. No drama, just a small warmth at one corner, as if to say, ask kindly and I will answer. New laughter bent over it, younger than the ink and unacquainted with the winters that had tuned its lines. Curiosity, which is older than any school, did the introduction. The page recognized breath before it recognized names. The cadence of children in a hurry, the hush that follows a shared discovery. The involuntary O that belongs to corridors and constellations both. When one boy tapped the margin with a question shaped like a grin, a thread of light moved in agreement. When another boy squinted and tried to boss the ink, it dimmed until the bossing turned into asking, tools prefer please and thank you. This one had been raised on them. Rooms remembered how to be maps. Stairs nodded at their marks as if greeting mirrors. Drafts return to the paths they choose when doors are tired. Portraits pretended to be asleep and then winked at the corners where the parchment told truth kinder than memory. Even the suits of armor, veterans of 100 terms of being polished by 100 reluctant hands, seemed to stand a little taller at being consulted as landmarks again. The new hands did not know the old names for the maps makers. They did not need to. The page taught them what mattered. A route that saves a panicked first year from a bottleneck. The lamp height that keeps eyes from arguing with ink. A bench that restores a person faster than standing does. A boy traced a line and found a quicker way to a joke told gently. Another traced a different line and arrived early to a place where someone needed help and did not know how to ask. The map approved with its usual modesty. Legends along the border kept their quiet lore. Over the willows field, the soft gray that means don't. Near the stairs that grow wicked in storms, kind feet. In the top corner, if you are lost, breathe slower. One of the new friends read that sentence aloud once, then again in a smaller voice, as if practicing kindness on his own breath before spending it elsewhere. The page, listening, brightened by a head. From a high shelf of years away, old intentions watched and found themselves well used. The map had not become a trumpet in younger pockets. It remained a tool that makes mischief choose puzzles over people. It made the late bell less of a judge and more of a suggestion. It turns certain detentions into saved time, because the right corridor before class will keep a boy from inventing the wrong story about himself when he arrives panting. Rumors grew the way ivy grows, attractive, wrong in places, harmless if trimmed. Some said the parchment knew thoughts. It did not. It knew manners and breath and the geometry of helpfulness. Some said it belonged to legends. In a way it did. In a better way it belonged to anyone who could be exact without being cruel. The castle, amused, let the rumors braid themselves and then sent a kind wind along the hall to keep heads cool. At night, the page taught as it had been taught by refusing when refusal was the lesson. A corridor that promised spectacle dulled to dust color on the parchment, and the boys who carried it chose a staircase that promised arrival instead. A watchman lingered where the ink pulsed, feet slowed to the rhythm and passed with courtesy. A door that prefers the half-turn first received it, and no hinge was made to shout. The building slept in the right places. Elsewhere, far and cold, a man in a cell stood at a window and felt a tug in the bone where memory hangs its cloak. He did not see ink. He did not hear laughter. He only knew that somewhere, careful work was being used carefully again, and the thought pushed the room back from his ribs the smallest necessary inch. He leaned his forehead to the stone and practiced saying soon like a person learning to walk again. Elsewhere, in borrowed rooms and honest work, another man placed a cup on a table and found that his hand had set it at the angle the map recommends for tired guests. He smiled without audience. Habits made long ago continue even when the object that taught them sleeps in a different drawer. Craft is loyal like that. Younger feet began, by degrees, to leave the school neater than they found it. Chairs aligned, windows latched, jugs refilled. They would have done some of this without the parchment. With it, they did more, sooner, and with the particular pride that belongs to those who know their tools were made by hands that also chose decency. A prefect noticed and wrote fewer names than he had planned that week. A librarian noticed and left better ink on a sill as if the ink had climbed there itself. One afternoon, passing a case of old trophies, the new holders laughed at a dust mote that seemed to keep pace with them like a tiny comet. The map, folded in a pocket, warmed once and went still. In its margins lived a story bigger than boys should have to carry. In its lines lived a way of walking they could carry without harm, that is the correct proportion for heirlooms. When the term's sharp nights returned, the parchment proved the kind of courage that matters most to buildings, preventative. A crowd thinned before it could become a knot. A shy student arrived at the library feeling inexplicably expected. A teacher turned at the precise second needed to catch a falling stack. And no essays kissed the floor. No one applauded any of it. The castle did, in its way, south wall humming true, lamps accepting their trimming, doors answering yes. Later, much later, the page would help old names find one another in a room that shook from more than weather. For now it lived in simpler hours, doing what it was made to do, make corridors kinder, make breath longer, make mischief, choose the kind that leaves hinges better than it found them. New hands folded it along its taut creases and slipped it away with the unconscious care of those who have already been improved by the thing they carry. And somewhere under everything, the map kept one instruction ready for anyone who might need it. Child, prefect, ghost or friend, returned from cold. Pause here, decide again. Tools cannot fix the world. They can slow a moment long enough for the better choice to arrive. In a school, in a war, in a life, that is sometimes the whole magic. Storms make houses speak. The old place at the end of the lane had learned to creak only when it would help. Warning at stair 3. Comfort at the kitchen door. Tonight, the wind tested every lesson. Window panes hummed in their frames. Floorboards carried messages from one room to the next. On the table, a lamp kept to its second height, the one that lets truth arrive without squinting. Sirius crossed the threshold thin as a wire drawn too long and not yet snapped. Years had shaved him down to what could not be taken, a name he would not surrender, a laugh he had banked like coals, a promise that had outlasted cells and seas. Remus stood from the chair he had chosen because it put his back to no door. There are greetings for days and greetings for history. He used neither. He used a nod that left space for breath. On the far side of the room, a boy nearly grown held a wand the way decent people hold sharp tools, ready, wary, unwilling. He had his mother's carefulness and his father's urge to step forward anyway. Fear tried to make noise in him. He made it be useful instead. The lamp steadied as if it had been waiting for the weight of this hour to sit. They did not waste the first quiet. Remus asked the house to remember how to be kind, and houses that have learned good manners need very little instruction. Drafts tucked themselves away. The clock agreed to let minutes be longer. The table accepted elbows and old maps, and the sort of statements that do not belong on paper. Sirius put both hands on the wood and found a grain that ran true from end to end. He traced it once. Then he spoke. I did not betray them. The sentence had been carved on bone. It came out clean. Not a plea, not a performance. A fact set on the table next to a lamp and a life. Remus did not answer with a mirror sentence. He answered with craft. Tell me the steps, he said. Not the thunder, the step. So Sirius did. The night of green light told as weather. The street told as distances. The hunt told as errors, and iron, and too much time for thinking in rooms built to thin men out. He put Peter's name where it belonged, not shouted, placed. He put his own mistakes on the same shelf, within reach. The house listened. Houses are good at that, when people keep voices low. Outside, wind made the siding think of ships. Inside, a floorboard exhaled. The boy's wand did not drop. It lowered by a finger's width, the exact measurement that says listening has begun. Remus walked the edge between mercy and judgment without falling off either side. He asked for the ledger, not the legend. He asked for places, hours, witnesses, craft. Truth likes those companions. Lies do not. Sirius gave what he had, which is to say, everything left. He described a key turned in a lock that would not look him in the eye. He described a street corner he had walked 1,000 times, becoming the wrong street because the person beside him had turned into a stranger and then into smoke. He described a cold, not to be pitied, to explain the shape of his voice now. He did not once ask to be believed. He let the room weigh him. Weighing is exhausting work. Remus felt the old seam open in the hour, the place where anger asks to lead and grief asks to sit. He did not put either in the driver's chair. He set both on the bench and handed them cups. Here is what stands, he said at last, and summarized like a good clerk. Times, roots, the single sentence that would not bend. He looked to the boy. Your decision matters, not for the record, for the room. The young face did not forget itself into righteousness. It considered he had been carried once through a corridor that learned to be a tunnel, and then a door. He had learned since then how to turn a wand into a tool for keeping dignity intact. Now he lifted his chin the way a person does when they realize the next breath makes them older. We keep him, we keep watch, we look for the rat. It was not eloquent, it was Sirius's laugh arrived, a thin, astonished thing that remembered how to be wide and would again. Remus allowed one corner of his mouth to agree. The lamp did not brighten. It merely seemed more sure of itself. Outside, the storm tried a new argument, failed, went around the house to complain to the hedge. Peter did not come then. Betrayal rarely obeys other people's dramatic timing. It sends messages out ahead of itself, sounds in pipes, shadows that forget to be attached. The house felt something coming that it did not like. The good floorboard near the stair gave its warning creak. The boy's wand remembered the height it prefers when corridors change minds. Remus stepped where a man stands who has promised to be a hinge between. When the door opened again, it brought not a villain in a cape, but a small man with a practiced expression that tried to imitate innocence and managed only tidiness. He smelled of damp wool and stale persuasion. His eyes took an inventory, exits, allies, angles. He made his face into a story and began to tell it. The storm pressed its ear to the window. Remus allowed him 3 sentences, just enough rope for the truth to reveal itself by absence. Sirius did not explode. He distilled. You ran, he said. You chose relief. You called it necessary. You made our names the cost of your quiet. Each line landed like a cup set precisely on wood. No splash, no wobble. The boy's wand did not move off target. Peter's answers were all adjectives, where nouns were required, all feelings where facts were needed. He gestured at fear as if fear were furniture that had tripped him, not a hunger he had fed. He began to speak of loyalty, and found the word would not let him touch it. Remus spared him the attempt. Name the night, he said. Name the door. Name the hand that took what you let go. The small man's mouth made a shape like a keyhole and stayed empty. Storms reach their right volume and then decide they have said enough. This one eased as the room's weather steadied. The house, having seen what it came to see, chose sides, the way houses do. It put more weight under the feet that meant to stand their ground. Peter felt the floor tilt toward honesty and did not like the angle. He tried the old trick of escaping by becoming small. Rats are good at that. The wand in the boy's hand and the steadiness in Remus's shoulders were. We do not chase him here. We stay with the room that chose care over spectacle. Rope was not knotted. Crowds were not summoned. A boy and 2 men, all tired in different places, stood under a lamp they had trimmed to the second height and decided that truth would not be made to shout. They swore nothing. They agreed on work. Clear the name that had been buried under cold and rust. Send word to the corners where trust still lives. Sleep a little. Sirius sat because chairs exist for moments like this. Remus chose the kettle because kettles redeem hours. No speeches came. The boy set out 3 cups because habit is a kind of hope. Wind moved along the eaves and then away. Somewhere a clock remembered to be kind. The house, having held, loosened its shoulders. Later there would be corridors to walk, authorities to face, years to retrieve. For now the lamp burned where lamps should, and hands that had once made maps for kinder halls found the edges of a new one, a path out of a lie, a path toward a name restored, a path that allowed one friend to stop standing like a blade and start sitting like a person again. Outside, the storm washed the road clean. Inside, breaths matched in the oldest pact. Inhale, exhale. What followed in that quiet house did not shout, it settled, and then it moved. The storm left a rinsed lane. The lamp held its calm circle, and 3 people chose a path that would carry them into rooms that had not expected them. They did not plan to win an argument. They planned to present a ledger, times, places, and the single sentence that had survived winters. I did not betray them. The house approved by keeping every hinge honest. They began with the smallest steps, which are the kind that last. Letters were written in hands that officials recognize. Remus kept the language exact and kind. Facts first, interpretations later. Names were set down with the dignity that belongs to names. Sirius, signed without flourish. The boy addressed the note to a door that opens for truth when truth arrives tidy. The kettle cooled while ink dried, and that felt correct. The journey into official halls asked for old-school skills, careful feet, patient breath, eyes that know when a corridor prefers silence. Remus set the pace, steady and modest. Sirius walked as a person who has earned slowness walks, not for show, for strength. The boy watched the walls for the change in air that means a room is about to touch you. They reached the desk that keeps a city in order, and they waited without scraping their chairs. The first telling landed like a small stone placed on a balanced scale. Then another, then another. Dates, streets. The hour a door opened that should have stayed shut. The path to a cell that should never have met its occupant. The officials listened with the stern faces of people who have seen too many performances, and then one face softened by a degree that matters. Questions came that cared about hinges and distances and whether a key could have been turned by anyone but the person who turned it. Answers met them in the same key. Evidence does not glow, it accumulates. A wand remembered a spell it had not cast that night. A record kept by a clerk who likes neat corners showed who had passed which gate. A report from a watcher who never boasts described a rat in a place where rats do not choose to live unless led. The boy spoke only when asked, and only what he could swear to with the calm of someone who knows how to keep a room from tipping. The room did not tip. Peter was named in full, not with hatred, with accuracy. The ledger accepted the entry and did not spit it out. Somewhere far from those walls, a small man felt the world push back for the first time since he had taught himself to be small, and he did not like that weather. He would run again, because running had become his craft. That was a road the three would watch without sprinting after it. There is wisdom in not letting another person choose your speed. Sirius did not ask for sympathy. He asked for the door that belongs to a free man to open with the right sound. There is a round note that honest doors make. In time, the hinges agreed to sing it. Papers were stamped that should have been stamped years ago. A clerk who keeps the world sewn together with quiet thread said the sentence that returns breath to a chest. You are cleared. It did not fix years, it fixed this hour, and this hour was enough to stand on. They left without triumph. They bought bread that was still warm, and they ate it in a square that has seen crowds and now saw only 3 people using a bench correctly. The boy watched Sirius discover the weight of a crust in a hand that had learned cold, and the watching was a lesson that will be remembered as long as magic lasts. Remus closed his eyes for one breath and allowed himself the luxury of a complete exhale. The day felt aligned. What happens after a name is returned is simple and complicated both. There are rooms that wish to be quiet and cannot be yet. There are allies to thank without making a parade. There are young eyes to meet with honesty and with care. The boy looked at Sirius and saw not only what had been taken, he saw what had not been taken. Humor that chooses the right size, loyalty that does not raise its voice. Respect followed without being called. Night arrived and chose to be ordinary. Tea tasted like tea. A chair learned a new sitter and was pleased. The map that had once slept in a drawer in another age breathed again. Not because it was opened, but because its manners had been remembered inside 3 people who now needed them in other streets. Clear routes, kind timing, lamps trimmed to the second height. Those rules work anywhere. They spoke of next steps with the tone that good kitchens use: calm, practical, wise. Peter would try to vanish into holes, so holes would be watched. Old friends would be told in person when possible, on paper when not. Praise would be kept modest so it does not tire itself before the work asks for it. Anger would be spent where it pays for safety and nowhere else. Sleep would be kept sacred when it could be kept at all. These are not slogans. These are tools. Sirius asked for one mercy and received it: a walk alone under a sky that had carried him when walls would not. He went no farther than a person should on a night that is still learning his step. He listened to water speak in its old grammar. He let a stray laugh out into air that could return it rather than steal it. Then he returned to the door that now knew his hand again and opened it with the politeness that heals wood and rooms and hearts. Remus set a list on the table, not to burden, to tidy. Food, letters, safe routes, a policy for knocks after midnight, a little envelope for coin that should always be there for those who need it. The boy added 2 items that showed he had learned the code: early truth, never late, rescue, speak before the edge. Sirius read the list and touched each line with one finger, as if counting a new kind of treasure. He put the list on the mantle, where lists become laws, and smiled a smaller smile that looked perfect on him. Morning introduced itself gently. The house learned how to hold 4 breakfast cups for a change. An owl brought sensible replies. Another brought a note that said only "I never doubted," which was not true, and did not need to be true to be kind. A third brought no note, only a feather that had once known high places. The day set a rhythm that could survive news, which is the best rhythm. By noon, the plan had its shape. They would not chase. They would make it difficult for harm to arrive. They would stand where a friend needs a person to stand, and they would stand long. They would meet the old school with the respect it deserves, and let the map live in their bones rather than in their pockets. They would reduce speeches and enlarge actions. They would write no epilogues in their heads. They would let endings happen the way doors close when hands know how to handle latches. The afternoon asked for one more courage. Sirius would visit places that had kept proof of his honest heart, not to reopen hurts, but to water roots. He walked into a shop where the bell knows how to greet people who have seen winters and set money on the counter and accepted change and a kindly word. He walked past a wall that had held a poster with his face on it and did not touch the wall or the place where the paste had dried. He only nodded once, which is how you tell a street the truth without injuring it. Toward evening, they prepared for the talk that matters most, the one with those who carry a family forward. The boy had already chosen. Others would need time to weigh. They would be given that time. No shouting, no traps, no coins slid across tables. Only chairs, tea, lists, and patience. The house stood a little taller, as if proud to host tidy courage again. When the lamp was lowered to its gentlest light, they spoke of the final steps the night would ask for soon. There would be corridors in a castle that do not belong to maps alone. There would be choices made under sky. There would be the long work of turning relief into reliability. They looked at one another with the new kind of ease that comes when the worst misunderstanding has been lifted off the table and carried out to the rain where it belongs. But the path that began with a quiet nod in a shaking house was not finished yet. Another door waited, and the wind near it was not friendly. The name that had been saved would have to stand beside the work that still remained, and the work would not be light. The last steps would want the same old rules. Careful feet, steady breath. Kindness first. The road did not ask for speeches. It asked for boots that remember corridors, for hands that know latches, for breath that keeps count when the hour will not. A sky the color of iron thinned toward morning. Somewhere a bell would make its round sound, and the work would turn from planning to doing. Until then, the lamp held to its second height, and the house practiced steady. Sirius slept in a chair in the way freedmen sleep the first weeks, half listening, wholly tired, trust returning by inches. When he woke, it was to the ordinary. A kettle, beginning, a list on the table with a new neat line at the bottom that read, "Bring bread." He smiled, as if the word bread were a promise. What cold had not taken, years had tempered. He stood without drama. The chair seemed pleased to have been trusted. Remus laid out the quiet armor of a good day. Cups, ink, a pencil sharpened to a courteous point, a folded handkerchief that can do 10 jobs. He looked like a man about to mend a hinge, and in truth that was the plan. Mend the hinge where fear flaps, oil the joint where anger sticks, keep the door where it belongs between inside and out. He did not say hope, he made space for it. The boy, wand in hand, checked windows with the care of someone who has learned the cost of open and the cost of shut. He had his own list. Early truth, never late rescue, speak before the edge, give people work to do when panic asks for a parade. He moved with a balance that would have made a former headmaster hide a smile behind a cough. Childhood had been asked to grow quickly. It had chosen to grow exactly. They set off at a civilized pace that could be turned, if need asked, into a sprint that would still land on its feet. Streets remembered their steps and did not try to teach new tricks. Along the way, they practiced the last rehearsal. Who speaks, who moves, who watches the corners. Not because drama was expected, because decency does not like to improvise. At the school, old as maps, young as laughter, doors opened with the voices of doors that have seen everything and choose to behave anyway. Stone weighed them, found they had kept craft, and granted passage without making them say why twice. Portraits, who enjoy a story, pretended not to know this one, and let men pass as if a room were only a room, and not memory at every angle. They did not bring the parchment. They did not need to. The lines it held had moved into their bones. They walked the kind routes, used the timing that spares tired rooms, paused where the ink would have dimmed, turned where the page would have worn. The castle hummed its agreeable note, and allowed them to borrow it. Work waited where work always waits. At tables with too many papers, in corridors that collect too many feet, in conversations that will go wrong if no one trims the lamp. They put their hands to each in turn. Sirius took the crowd and turned it into a queue without raising his voice. Remus took the desk and turned it into a ledger without hardening it. The boy took the watch and turned it into safety without calling it guard. By the time the bell declared the hour true, the building breathed easier. Then came the last necessary courage, telling the truth to those who needed it most and would not clap for it. No coins slid, no capes were shaken. A name was spoken and cleared, and then set down like crockery, to be used and not displayed. Records shifted their weight. Teachers who measured twice before cutting once nodded in the small way that says a cut can be mended. A ghost saluted, which is rarer than applause and kinder. News does not travel evenly. Rumor prefers the stairs. Proof prefers the hall. By afternoon, both had tired themselves into a truce. It was enough. A door that should never have been shut to a friend remembered its hinges. A lad whose cradle had rocked during a green night looked at the man who had not betrayed his parents, and found the particular piece that comes when a long subtraction gives the right remainder at last. They could have turned to legend then, let the day become a banner. They did not. They checked chairs, they refilled jugs, they moved a rug so no one would stumble where the stone dips from old years. They visited a window that looks toward the lake and taught their breath the old count, 2 in, 2 out. Still here, a school prefers its heroes tidy and employed. The school got what it preferred. Evening arrived with its sensible hands. Tea tasted like tea again. In the library, a map older than the boys who now carried it warmed once in its drawer, as if pleased to hear footsteps matching its manners on the margin of memory. The quiet box of instructions still waited for anyone who might need them. If you are lost, breathe slower. If you are frightened, seek light. If the ink grows dim, wait. If you mean kindness, the page will help. The page had always meant that sentence for more than corridors. They parted without drama. A hand on a shoulder, the brief wait that says you need not hold this alone. A list divided, the equal share that says I trust you to carry your part. A laugh saved for the right doorway. The sky kept its iron, but it had learned to let blue show at the edges. That is often all a day can manage. It is often enough. What remains of 4 names after time has taken its tithe is not only stories, it is habits. James, speed taught to serve steadiness. Sirius, brightness taught to obey usefulness. Remus, mercy taught to keep borders. Peter, a warning taught to speak earlier next time. A school keeps such lessons in its stone. A map keeps them in its margins. People keep them in their hands. Years on, someone younger will unfold the parchment and feel the small warmth at the corner and ask kindly and be answered. Someone older will set a cup at the precise angle that saves a morning. Somewhere a hinge will make the round note that tells a room it is in good hands. The lake will hold the sky without bragging. The south wall will hum at the right breath. Work will be done. And if the night ever asks again for boys to run beside a hard hour, the answer will come in the same key it always has when the story is told correctly. Not with trumpets, but with careful feet, steady breath, and a map that remembers what it was made for. Not glory, only guidance. Names fade, manners last. In that endurance, the Marauders' story finishes the way good spells do, by becoming ordinary magic anyone decent can use.